to get going.
Yeah, just let me know when it's going and then we'll start.
All right, she's up and running.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I'm Senator Jim Dill, and I'm chair of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, and we have a fairly packed day today. We've got lots of things to go over. We're starting with 5 confirmation hearings, and then we have some other things after that. So without any delay, I'm going to go ahead and start. Quickly, we'll introduce ourselves, and then I'll give you a little introduction into how the day will go. So as I go across mine, I guess, Representative O'Neill, I see you as my first person, committee member.
Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I'm here representing SACO in the House.
Next is Representative Schofield.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tom Schofield, and I represent House District 112, which is 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset counties, the High Peaks region of Maine. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Next, I have Senator Maxman.
Hi there, I'm Chloe Maxman representing Senate District 13, all of Lincoln County, except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor.
And if you all mute yourself before we continue, that would be great. Next on my list is Representative Osher.
Good morning. I'm Lori Osher. I represent District 123, which is most of Orono.
Thank you. Senator Black.
Good morning, Senator Black from Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec.
Representative Hall.
Good morning, Representative Randy Hall, District 114, 6 towns in the southern Franklin County area. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Landry.
Good morning, Scott Landry, District 113, trying to finish up representing Farmington, New Sharon in Franklin County. We're well represented.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. And I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, Northern Penobscot County, and I'm from Old Town. And as I said, we have 5 confirmation hearings. We'll go right down through the order as I think it was posted. So our first one will be James May, Roger Burrell, Robert Myers, Catherine Robbins Halstead, and Millard Billings. And the procedure will be, we'll go through each one. They will be voted on. I will have a script that I will read on each one so that everyone is consistent. And then I will go through and ask for folks that will be speaking for or against or neither on them, as well as the governor's representative to introduce them. So with that, if there are no other questions, our clerk today is Cheryl McGowan, and she's the one that kind of keeps Representative O'Neill and me in line, or tries to anyway, which is probably much more difficult than it would seem. But anyway, we appreciate that. So with that, I'll open up the confirmation hearing on James May. And as I say, I'll read the script. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor, Mr. James R. May of Mapleton, for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee will then send written notice of committee recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Next is motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, required that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill for the purpose of making such a motion.
So moved.
Okay, it has been moved by Representative O'Neill that we continue with the confirmation of Mr. James R. May of Mapleton for reappointment to the Land Use Planning Commission. The statutory requirements for this position have been posted on the webpage. Next is, I'll recognize the governor or her representative. So I believe Mr. Bushy, is that you?
No, Tom Abello is doing this one. I'll do the others.
Tom Obello. Tom, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Tom Abello, and I'm the Legislative Director for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of James R. May of Mapleton as a member of the Land Use Planning Commission. Mr. May is a professional forester who has served on the commission since 2017. He's a thoughtful, well-reasoned, balanced commission member. For most of his career, he worked as a forest manager for Prentice & Carlisle, a forest resource management company in Bangor. He has also served on the Ashland Town Council and holds a bachelor's degree in forest management from the University of Maine. He is being nominated to seat number 1, which requires that the nominee be a non-state employee familiar with the needs and issues affecting the commission's jurisdiction. As you know, the Land Use Planning Commission serves as the planning and zoning authority for the unorganized and deorganized areas of the state, including townships and plantations. The responsibility of serving this region and helping guide land use in these areas represents a unique challenge. These areas cover over half the state, encompassing more than 10.4 million acres, and includes the largest contiguous undeveloped forest block in the Northeast. It includes several coastal islands and portions of down East Maine and stretches across the Western Mountains and up to the Canadian border. These areas are important for wildlife habitat and to the vitality of both the state and local economies. They're home to many Mainers and are enjoyed by residents and visitors in pursuit of outdoor recreation activities, including hiking, hunting, fishing, boating, and camping. The Land Use Planning Commission can be found in the Maine Revised Statutes under Title 12, Chapter 10. The board consists of 9 members, 1 of whom is appointed by the governor. The remaining 8 members are appointed by the commissioners of the 8 counties with the most forested acreage in the region. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask you to support the nomination of Jim May from Mapleton. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abello. Are there any questions for Tom? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Abello, thanks for your testimony. I think my question for you, just because I am concerned about the rezoning for the mining project, I'm just wondering if you can talk through your background work or due diligence on that issue in making this appointment.
Sure. Well, first off, as you know, that the mining proposal, I guess north and east of Baxter, is currently before the Land Use Planning Commission. So they're digging into the details of that now, going through their process. As far as the renomination of Jim May, as we here in the office talked about the commission, we have 1 seat. You know, we and the governor in particular like the fact that Jim was very familiar with the region, has demonstrated to be a really thoughtful thinker. He does his homework on the commission, reads all the background materials, works well with staff, asks really pointed questions, and considers all the information in front of him as he weighs decisions based on the jurisdiction and the authority of the Land Use Planning Commission. And so that type of a commission member is really important as we get into these really high profile, detailed, and potentially controversial issues.
Thank you. Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, I will move on. Next is, I will recognize Mr. James May for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, members of the Standing Committee on Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. My name is James May. I'm a resident of Mapleton, and I am here today to discuss my nomination to the Land Use Planning Commission. As a licensed professional forester, having worked for over 40 years in the unorganized territory of Northern Maine, I feel that I have sufficient experience to deal with issues coming before the Commission. In addition to my work experience, I served on the Land Use Planning Commission from May of 2012 to August of 2013, completing the term of a commissioner who resigned. Currently, I hold the governor's appointment to the commission, which began in 2017, with the term ending actually in July of 2020. Pursuant to Title 12 MRSA Section 683-A, Governor Mills, by letter dated June the 30th, 2020 to the legislature, extended my term until this reappointment process could be completed. Some of my other resume has also already been talked about. And I would, I guess, summarize this way. My experience of working and living within the UT provide me with an understanding of issues regarding and conserving natural resources, landowner concerns, and the concept of multiple use, referring to recreational use of the UT. Sound planning is necessary to enhance the value of our natural resources, alleviate conflicts that arise from competing uses. A large portion of the UT is working forest. This working forest provides jobs and raw materials for mills within the state and beyond, helping to sustain our state's economy. Local jobs sustained by the working forest are very important to the rural communities in the peripheral area of the UT. At the same time, many people from around the state and non-residents alike come to the UT to recreate, fish, hunt, canoe, and hike, to name some of the activities. Some development in certain areas has occurred. Future changes are inevitable and will bring different demands upon the land within the UT. If I am afforded a seat on the commission, it will be my goal to use my experience to guide my decisions on matters coming before the commission, keeping in mind that the conservation of natural resources and unique values found within the UT. And further, as a commissioner, I have to say that it is necessary to have an open mind, listening to all sides of a proposed project, and basing any decision on the framework of the regulations that govern the work of the commission. That ends my short testimony. I'm willing to take questions from members of the committee.
Are there any questions from committee members? Representative Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. May, for being here with us today. I also share the concerns of Representative O'Neill around the Wolfden mine that is being proposed and will come before Loopsy soon. And I was looking at recent Loopsy decisions, and the CMP corridor really stuck out to me. And I know that you voted in support of the corridor. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your thought process behind
you're referring to my thought process with regard to my vote on the CMP corridor?
Yes, sir.
Well, my thought process with regard to that was this. There are two areas on the proposed corridor, one of which is included in the new section and crossing the Kennebec River at the so-called Kennebec Gorge. And CMP, after their initial proposal, changed the way they would cross, or more importantly, I guess I should say, they would go under the Kennebec River. So the proposed line or corridor at that point would be underground under the river, using the technique of horizontal drilling. So the corridor would not impact anything on the surface of the ground near the river. So that, in my mind, eliminated any potential conflict with being able to see this new power line from the river, which is, as you know, heavily used by rafters. The other point of concern for the commission was the crossing of the AT near the south end of Moxie Lake at a place actually referred to as Joe's Hole. At that point, there is already an existing power line that crosses the AT at that point. The corridor would be widened there to accommodate the proposed addition for the new line. And I guess, so you already have a power line that's crossing the AT there. And more importantly, at that point, the AT is actually in the gravel road. The hikers use a short section of the road at that point as they are hiking the trail. So those were the two main concerns that the commission faced with regard to that. And I thought that the proposal satisfied the concerns and were within the framework of the regulations in which we were working with. So that was the basis for my vote on the CMP corridor.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner May, for your testimony. I am wondering if you can tell us, well, first I want to follow up on the corridor question. You were quoted in the BDN saying that emotionally you felt one way about your decision, but with the facts before you, you had to go a certain way. And I wonder if you can talk us through that decision a bit and how you landed there and what that quote meant.
Sure. At the time that I voted in the affirmative, I also expressed my frustration with CMP and some of the way they handled certain portions of their proposal. They initially had proposed to, well, the proposed corridor comes into the state of Maine at Beatty Township. That's where it crosses the international border. And in the southeast corner of Beatty Township is a remote pond. And their proposed corridor crossed that PRP zone. And from the discussions with the commission, they realized that that was not going to fly with the commission. There was some real opposition expressed to crossing through that PRP. So the reason that they had proposed that is that they said there was no alternative, that the township to the south, which I think is Merrill Strip, that they couldn't deal with the owners there. Well, once they realized that they couldn't get by the commission with passing through that PRR, they immediately made everybody aware that they in fact could cross the township to the south with the proposed corridor. And so that really bothered me, because they had made a number of statements with the fact that they were not able to deal with the landowner in that township and so forth. And then all of a sudden they could. So I was quite frustrated by that, and expressed my frustration with CMP over that change that they immediately had made. It appeared to me that that was an option all along. And for whatever reason, they initially had proposed to go through Beatty Township through that PRR. So that was the basis of my frustration that I expressed when I voted in favor of the corridor.
Representative O'Neill, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner May. I'm wondering if you can also just give some background because of the rezoning with Wolfton. Have you ever visited a mining operation? Can you tell us like what kind of background work that you've been doing to prepare for this decision and what your knowledge is? Have you been exposed to this kind of operation and seen it?
I have not visited an active mine. I have seen pictures of active mines in New Brunswick. I have read is quite a bit about the proposal. And as you know, there was a letter submitted to Wolfton last week, which is now public. We're asking for additional questions. In fact, 50 questions that need to be answered to satisfy the staff of the commission. So it's an ongoing process. We are working through the framework that is in place that governs metallic mineral mining. And so it's because of the law that's on the books with regard to metallic mineral mining and the regulations that are in the land use that are part of they're in Chapter 12 for the commission. We are working through that framework of regulation, and still we are nowhere near the point of being ready to have a public hearing, because there are still a lot of unanswered questions by Wolfton.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning, and congratulations, Mr. May, on being nominated to the board. And I am from Presque Isle, and I have spoken with a friend of Mr. May's, and he says he's very well qualified for the position and very knowledgeable. A couple of questions, I'd like to have a couple of terms explained to me. What is an unorganized territory, and what does it encompass? And also, what does a wood scaler do? Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Well, the unorganized territory of the state of Maine, which encompasses somewhere around 10.5 million acres, are townships, plantations that do not, well, I got to back up a minute. With regard to townships within the UT, there is no municipal government there. They are, some of the responsibility for governmental administration comes from the counties, and some of it comes from the state. There are certain plantations where the plantation does not have the planning board and zoning board of appeals and so forth in place within the plantation to handle zoning and permits and so forth. So they opt to have the Land Use Planning Commission provide that service for them. There are also townships that at one time were organized as a municipality that have given up their right for self-governance, and they also fall within the purview of the Land Use Planning Commission with regard to zoning, planning, and so forth. When a town deorganizes, it's up to the staff of the LUPC to work with the residents of that, what would become a township, so that they can zone the township under the framework that the LUPC works under. And so then the zoning, once that's in place, then LUPC and the staff would handle all building permits and requests for rezoning and so forth. I'm not sure if that completely answers your question on the unorganized territory. The role of a wood scaler, which have been for several years, anybody who's working as a scaler needs to have a license from the state of Maine. They are charged with the measurement of wood, either by stick scale or by weight, to satisfy the transaction between the seller and the buyer of forest products. Does that answer your questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner May, as you know, we established the Climate Council with bipartisan support, and recommendations came out in December. And I'm just curious how familiar you are with the Climate Council's work, and whether you're supportive of those efforts.
I'm somewhat familiar with them. The executive director of the commission has served on that commission or committee, and so Judy has kept us updated with regard to the work, and I support that procedure.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Commissioner May, for being here. Sorry, the phone is ringing. The dangers of doing this from home. And as the governors, you mentioned some frustration with CMP, and I think that frustration is probably largely echoed by a lot of people in Maine. And as a governor's appointee, what do you feel like is your role in representing the will of the people of Maine and how development and it happens in unorganized territories?
Well, there are, as I have mentioned, the commission works within the framework of our regulations, Chapter 10, specifically with regard to rezoning and issuing of building permits and so forth. The staff actually handles a lot of that. Some major decisions do come directly to the commission. So it is important for a commissioner to keep an open mind on anything that comes before the commission, listen to all sides, and then make a decision based on what we've learned about a particular project within the framework of our regulations that we work with.
You got another question there, Representative?
Just a quick follow-up. So you would feel that your decision and role on LUPC is more informed by regulation than by people who you might consider as your constituents of the people of Maine?
No, I'm saying that they both come into play. I mean, important decisions that come before the commission, there's our public hearings, and that gives us the opportunity to listen to all sides of an issue. So it is, I'm not saying that the framework of regulation is more important than constituents' opinions. They both have to be incorporated into any decision that I would make as a commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I will now go over to statements from the floor. We probably have received some. We should have received some already written, but now I'll ask for people who wish to speak in person. Those who wish to speak in person should be registered with the committee clerk. And when you come up to speak, please state your name, place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. And only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. And then after you're done speaking, we will ask if there are any questions. And with that, I'll turn to my list. And the first one I have is Senate President Jackson. Welcome, Senator.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am State Senator Troy Jackson. I represent Senate District 1, Northern Aroostook County. I have the great honor of serving as Senate President. I actually represent the town of Mapleton, which Mr. May actually currently resides in. And I'm here in support of his renomination, reappointment for the Land Use Planning Commission. Mr. May probably doesn't remember, but I've had the good fortune of working with him in the logging industry, both way up in unorganized territory of 1810, which is the other side of the river from my home in Allagash, and also down in Garfield Plantation, closer to his home in Mapleton. And like I said, I was a much younger woodcutter at that time. Whenever, like I said, I had the opportunity to speak with him. What I know about Jim May is that people across the state and certainly Aroostook County feel that he's very fair, both in his role as commissioner, but certainly as his former role as a forester for Prince of Carlisle. Has a great reputation, someone that works really hard to try and come up with good solutions. Like I said, be fair, and I think he's demonstrated that already in his role as commissioner. We may not like the results of somebody's decision, but the best we can do is hope that they stay within the framework of the laws and the rules. And I have every confidence that Mr. May has done that and will continue to do that. Extremely thoughtful, even today, remembering details that, about decisions that I would probably have a hard time to recant. And so I just know that, past history, the people's respect for him across Aroostook County is very widespread, and I think has been a very good choice and will continue to serve the state very well in this role. So I have every faith and wanted to stop today and lend my support to his renomination. And with that, I'll take any questions or let you go on your way.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I also can give a update on what a wood scaler is too at any time. So
Thank
thank you.
wishing to testify?
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Judy East, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. I'm speaking in favor, on behalf of the Department of Ag, Conservation, and Forestry, of the reappointment of, by Governor Mills, of James May of Mapleton to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. I've served as Executive Director for a little over a year now, and I've observed Jim's contribution to the work of the Commission on the full range of activities that come before it, whether it be extensive and detailed rulemaking revisions, large development projects for which the Commission must provide certification to Maine DEP on an application subject to the Site Location of Development Law, zoning petitions to allow land uses that adhere to the Commission's statutes and rules, incorporate agency input and balance all of that with stakeholder input, or enforcement actions that ensure that the Commission's standards are upheld. Jim is engaged, he's thorough, deliberative, and thoughtful. He asks relevant questions. He follows up to be sure he fully understands the entire scope of the issues before the Commission, and he adheres to the appropriate rules that govern the conduct of commissioners when making decisions that affect the land and people of the UT and the state of Maine. As you know, Jim's a retired forester and an avid outdoorsman. His knowledge of the service area of the Commission stems from a career and lifetime spent working, recreating, and living within it. He meets all of the selection criteria for consideration by the governor to serve on the Commission and has proved his dedication to it over 8 years. I wholeheartedly support his renomination by Governor Mills to serve another 4 years and encourage you to support him as well. So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Nick Livesay.
Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, committee members. My name is Nick Livesay, and I'm currently the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources at the Department of Environmental Protection. But I'm here today because before joining DEP, I served as a Director of the Land Use Planning Commission for 7 years, and it was in that capacity that I got to know Jim May, and I wholeheartedly support his reappointment to the Commission. In working for the LUPC, I learned the qualities of a good commissioner, someone who brings with them the background or experience that will benefit the board's collective decision-making, someone who will devote the time and thought needed to fully understand and engage in the matters before the Commission, and above all, really, someone who cares about the UT, the wonderful natural resources that characterize so much of this area, and the people who live there and work and recreate in these parts of Maine. And Jim, you've heard some of this already today, and he really possesses all of these qualities. Jim built a career as a professional forester, spending considerable time in the Northwoods of Maine. He even lived at Clayton Lake for a period. By the time I got to know Jim, however, he had retired and he could spend his time anywhere. He spoke often, and it was not uncommon that when I would call, I was told he's in the woods. I came to learn this usually meant one of two things. He was either fishing or he was helping out at Red River camps. When Jim would come back out of the woods, he'd often have questions for us about staff prepared materials, suggestions about what should be done differently, and topics that he'd been thinking about and wanting to discuss and sort of talk through. He even commented on punctuation in the draft meeting minutes and prompted me to learn the difference between abbreviations, acronyms, and initialisms. And this all relates to whether the word "the" should precede LUPC. So, Jim, he's quiet in demeanor and not a big talker, but no one really ever put more thought into things than Jim. He came with his pencil sharp, and this level of commitment that he's demonstrated, I'm sure that he'll continue to approach things the same way and be a great asset to the Commission going forward. And finally, while the Commission certainly benefited from Jim's experience as a forester, I found that it was the Jim who loves to fish and the Jim who would rather be in the woods than inside as most prominently reflected in his outlook. Jim cares about the area served by the commission and wants others to be able to have the same experience he has, to be able to live, work, fish in the UT, and simply enjoy the wonderful parts of Maine. So I certainly urge you to support Jim's reappointment to the commission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I appreciate everyone's testimony. I do not have anyone else on my list. Cheryl, am I missing anybody that you know of? Seeing nothing and hearing nothing from Cheryl, then
Yes.
Yep. What? I'm all set, or am I missing
No.
somebody?
I'm sorry, Nick Leafsay.
Yeah, I just had Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Sarah Demers.
Sarah Demers, is she speaking on this one, or is she speaking on others? I will ask Sarah. Sarah, are you speaking on this?
I am not. I am only speaking on the Land for Maine's future nominations.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will continue. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any of the additional written comments and vote on the nomination and notify the president, and this must be taken within 35 days of the written notice. So the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Mr. James R. May of Mapleton for reappointment to the Land Use Planning Commission is closed. Taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, I will ask whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately.
I have a request.
Yes, you have a question?
Yes, so how many seats are on this commission and how many seats are open? And how many people are we reviewing for those seats?
Well, each seat is separate. So this was seat number one, if I heard Tom Abello correctly. We have one other one that we're going to be hearing today. That must be an open seat. And I don't know if Tom or Joe, if either of you have the exact, I don't know the exact number of seats on LUPC myself and how many are open. Mr. Bushy?
There are 9 seats. The governor only appoints one of those seats. The other 8 come from the counties with the most forested land. We have nothing to do with any of those seats.
Right. So Mr. Billings, who we have later today, is a county nominee. Reappointment.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, seeing no objections, I guess it will be now time to take the vote. The pending question on the committee is, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of the 130th legislation that the nomination of Mr. James R. May of Mapleton for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. So in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th, we will now take a roll call vote. And you must have your camera on, committee members, to vote. And I think everybody that I can see does have their camera on. So with that, Cheryl, would you call the roll?
Yeah, do we have a motion? And who was the motion by?
It's the motion is actually right from the very beginning.
Oh, okay. All right.
With the Representative O'Neill.
Gotcha. Representative Susan Bernard. Oh,
time out. We have a question. Yeah. Yes, Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I got a little bit confused on procedure, and I just wanted to be able to discuss the motion or comment on it. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
I wanted to just say on mic before we vote that I am not supportive of the mining project, and that I think it's dangerous for Maine. I understand.
Maggie, let me interrupt you.
Sure.
That really has nothing to do with the reappointment that we're talking about today.
I think I can shift to the point that the rezoning decision is underway, and the commissioner wasn't able to comment on the project or offer his take on it. That does affect my decision because our role here is, the governor makes the appointment and we advise, and the Senate consents. So that's why I'm bringing that up. And I just want to echo that I've heard today that Commissioner May is diligent, thoughtful, does his homework, and consults with staff to make informed decisions. And just something that I'm thinking about is that I'm concerned about this project, and just hope that in making this appointment, that folks have done their due diligence on that issue.
Please call the roll.
Yes. Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Lori Osher.
I'm not supportive of this.
Okay. Representative Lori Osher, nay. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yay, yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray, absent. 9 yes, 1 nay, 3 absent.
With an affirmative vote of 9 in favor and 1 against, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry that the nomination of Mr. James R. May of Mapleton for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. Congratulations, Mr. May. And thank you, everybody, for your time. All right, we have a lot of appointments to do, so we will continue right on to our next one, which is
Roger Burrell.
Roger Burrell of Falmouth. And again, we'll open this right up, and I will read the statement that I must read for everyone listening. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the Governor of Roger Burrell of Falmouth for reappointment to Land for Maine's future board. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation and denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the Governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we want to get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format, and it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill to move this recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we confirm.
It has been moved that Mr. Roger Beal of Falmouth be confirmed for reappointment to Land for Maine's future board. The requirements for this position has been posted. Now I will recognize Mr. Bushy from the governor's office for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination. Mr. Bushy.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Roger K. Burl of Falmouth as a member of the Land for Maine's Future Board. The Land for Maine's Future Board can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title V, Chapter 10, Section 6204. It was established in 1987 after overwhelming support by voters. The board consists of 9 members, 6 of whom are appointed by the governor, who must have knowledge of the state's natural resources and landscape and a demonstrated commitment to land conservation. The remaining 3 members of the board are the Commissioner of Marine Resources, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. Roger Burl of Falmouth has served on the board since 2019. He holds a bachelor's degree from Bowdoin College and an MBA from Boston University. For most of his career, he was a carpenter and small business owner. He previously served 1 term on the board from 1999 to 2004 and has been involved in numerous civic organizations, including the Maine Islands Coalition, Friends of Fort Gorges, Maine Conservation Voters, Oceanside Conservation Trust of Casco Bay, Southern Maine Conservation Collaborative, Portland Trails, and the Portland Land Bank Commission. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the nomination of Roger Burl of Falmouth for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bushy?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will recognize Mr. Roger Burl for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Mr. Burl.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of this Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am grateful for this opportunity to appear before you and request that I do be renominated for this commission. It will be my 3rd, if so, it will be my 3rd successful nomination. I hope that happens. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, I've traded my mask for a necktie, which was no easy thing to try to remember to do this morning, but I think I did. My life, as Mr. Bushy has stated, really has been for the last 40 years centered around conservation. And most all of my work today, now that I've closed down my business, is in conservation and sustainable communities. I know the coast of Maine very well for having traveled it by boat for 60 years, and it's a beautiful place. I'd like to keep it that way. I have visited probably every site along the coast that the LMF board has invested funds in over the last, 33 years. And I also, of course, care about the rest of the state. And in my previous tours with the LMF board, I've managed to cover a lot of the state that I had not done personally for other reasons. And it's been very informative and absolutely exhilarating to see what we have. And so our work as an LMF board to secure these special places is something close to my heart and to my head. It's very important. There's only 20 miles of working waterfront on the coast of Maine. I live in one of those small segments of the state and the coast, and this is my most familiar area of work for the LMF program. And so I will work as diligently as possible to make sure that we make good decisions and are able to secure the most important and the most special places along the coast, and of course over the whole state. I find that I spent time when I was young and he was young with Commissioner Kelleher on Cliff Island, and that was fun to resurrect that. And so with that, I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to serve on the LMF program and the LMF board, if in fact you do so.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Burrell? Seeing none, I will take statements from the floor. We should have some written testimony already. And now I'll go on to those who wish to speak in person. Make sure again that I have your name. I believe that I have a couple here that's going to speak. And when you do come up to speak, state your name and place of residence. And again, I will take only testimony will be considered in order that's suitable for the particular nominee for this particular position. And then when we get done, we'll ask if there are any questions. With that on my list, I think I have Sarah Demers. If you would like to speak, Sarah.
Sure, absolutely. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Sarah Demers, Director of the Land for Maine's Future Program. I am here testifying in support of the administration's reappointment of Mr. Roger Burley to the Land for Maine's Future Board. The Land for Maine's Future Program is the state of Maine's primary funding vehicle for conserving land for its natural and recreational value. To date, the program, under the leadership of the board, has completed projects in all of Maine's 16 counties. LMF-funded projects include additions to Maine state parks and wildlife management areas, large working forest easements, and small community-scale parks and recreation sites. The program leverages federal and private funds to acquire public boat launches, beaches, and access for fishing and swimming, as well as multi-use rail trails, hiking trails, and game trails. The program invests in the protection of working farmland and working waterfront properties critical for sustaining traditional, yet ever-evolving natural resource-based industries. Mr. Roger Burley has dedicated a better portion of his life dedicating to protecting Maine's islands and supporting the communities and businesses that call them home. A longtime resident of Cliff Island, Roger knows firsthand the challenges and opportunities that come with island living. The Land for Maine's Future program has benefited from his engagement tremendously over the years. Through his prior term of service on the LMF board, Roger helped shape the Land for Maine Future program's Working Waterfront Access Protection Program. Our Working Waterfront Access Protection Program makes funds available through a competitive application process. Funds are available to assist commercial fisheries businesses, co-ops, municipalities, and others in securing strategically significant working waterfront properties to protect vital resources and infrastructure that support commercial fisheries. Funds can be used to preserve walk-in or small boat access and ensure that the property is entirely dedicated to commercial fisheries uses. To date, the Land for Maine's Future program, with Roger's help, has contributed to permanent access at 27 sites along Maine's coast for commercial fisheries. In addition to serving on the Land for Maine's Future Board, Roger has served with many other coastal and island nonprofits, including the Maine Islands Coalition, Sustainable Cliff Island Corporation for Athletics, Conservation, and Education, Oceanside Conservation Trust, the Southern Maine Conservation Collaborative, Portland Trails, and the Portland Land Bank Commission. Mr. Burley's experience supporting coastal communities and service to his own community and the state make him a very valuable member of the LMF board with unique perspectives. Roger's commitment to the LMF program is reflected in his willingness to continue to serve beyond the terms of his initial appointment, which has allowed the board to continue making awards and moving projects to completion. Additionally, since being on the board, Roger has been engaged in working with board members, staff, and program partners to make recommendations to improve the LMF process. It's for these reasons that I hope you will reappoint Mr. Burley to the LMF board. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Are there any other folks to testify. That's the only one I happen to see on my list. Cheryl, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, if I can find my right sheet here. All comments haven't been taken, though we will proceed as follow. We've had all, as I say, all the written comments. The vote on the nomination shall proceed within 35 days. And the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Roger Burrell of Falmouth for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future is closed. Taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote sooner than 15 minutes unless everyone's in agreement. Is there anyone opposed to taking the vote now? Seeing none. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate for the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Roger Burrell for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board be confirmed. And we will take it the roll call vote. So with that, Cheryl, please call the roll.
Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Laurie Osher.
Approved.
Representative Laurie Osher, yes. Representative Tom Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Tom Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray, absent. 10 yes, no, nay, 3 absent.
With 10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, and 3 being absent, is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry that the nomination of Mr. Robert Burley for the reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your time. All right, next on our list, we will close this confirmation hearing and we'll move into the next hearing, which is Robert Myers of Bath. And I know you're all getting here and tired of me reading this, but this is what I gotta do. So this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to Land for Maine's Future Board. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chair of the committee will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the president of the Senate. The committee will hear the testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or a representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this is being an electronic meeting. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. And if you are participating via Zoom, you can be heard over your mic, so make sure that it is muted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel after the meeting. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend the confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill for this.
I make that motion to confirm.
It has been moved by Representative O'Neill that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Mr. Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board. With that, I will turn to the governor's nominee, Mr. Bushy, to make that nomination.
Thanks again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Again, my name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here now on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment as a member of the Land for Maine's Future Board. In the previous hearing, I read the statutory authority and board composition, so I won't subject you to that again. Robert Myers of Bath has served on the board since 2016. He's previously served as the director of the Maine Snowmobile Association from 1995 until retiring from the organization in 2020. He also served briefly as the interim CEO of the Maine Tourism Association. He has decades of experience working in outdoor recreation and a strong appreciation for the importance of access to public land. In addition to his last two professional positions, he's also been involved with the Maine Forest Products Council, Sportsmen and Forest Landowners Alliance, and was a member of the governor's ATV task force. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the nomination of Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board, and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Robert Myers for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished committee members. My name's Bob Myers. I'm a resident of Bath, and I'm honored to be nominated for a second term on the Land for Maine Future Board. As Joe mentioned, I've served on the board since March of 2016. We've had one full funding round during my tenure, and they included diverse projects across the state. Some of the ones I was really pleased with was the Hope Woods, which permanently preserves 73 acres of woodlands within walking distance of Main Street in downtown Kennebunk, and a water access project in Lubec, which significantly improved safe public access to Johnson Bay. We are currently in the process of wrapping up a number of working waterfront projects, which are protecting access for fishing families and marine businesses up and down the coast. I'm a member of the board's Appraisal Oversight Committee, and I'm currently serving as its chair. Our responsibility is to review appraisals of approved projects to help ensure that the investments in which we play a part are responsibly spending the limited funds that are available to us. Over the years, I've found my work on the board to be interesting, challenging, and occasionally frustrating, but it all comes with the satisfaction of knowing that what we are doing is meeting our responsibility to the mission of the LMF program. I'm looking forward to continuing my work. Thanks for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I will take statements from the floor, and we have some written testimony, and I will ask anyone wishing to speak to make sure that they unmute their microphone when called upon. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony, and we will ask questions if there are any afterwards. And the person that I have is Sarah Demers.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members. I am still Sarah Demers, Director of the Land for Maine's Future Program, and I am here testifying in support of the administration's reappointment of Bob Myers to the Land for Maine's Future Board. I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Myers over the last 5 years, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with him again should the committee agree to reappoint him. Mr. Myers, better known as Bob, has been an active and engaged board member throughout his service. Bob has served on multiple board subcommittees tackling some tough but really important issues during his time. As Bob mentioned, he currently serves as the chair of the board's Appraisal Oversight Committee. He brings a common sense perspective to this leadership role. And I have to add, it's a tremendous amount of work, and Bob brings just the best perspective one could hope for. Bob actively looks for ways to balance program efficiency, consistency, and equity. He also possesses a strong sense of stewardship and responsibility for the efficient use of voter-approved bond funds. which allow the LMF program to accomplish all that it does for the people of Maine. Bob has gone above and beyond in demonstrating his commitment to the LMF program and in support of our mission by continuing to serve beyond his initial 4-year term. This has permitted the LMF board to meet its quorum requirements and conduct its business of approving projects and allocating funds. I am incredibly grateful to Bob and all the other members of the board for maintaining business as usual during a time that has been anything but usual. In conclusion, I want to assure you that in my experience, Mr. Myers most certainly meets the statutory requirements for LMF board appointments, and I trust that he will continue to serve as he has over the last 5 years with a strong commitment to the program, to the people of Maine, and with a long view perspective that benefits both. I also hope he will continue to bring his dry wit and great sense of humor to board proceedings. It has been a pleasure working with Mr. Myers, and I would be honored to have the opportunity to work with him for another term of service. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, that's all I have. Is that correct, Cheryl? Is there anyone else wishing to testify?
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. All public comments having been taken, the committee now proceed as follows. They will review any written comments, and again, the vote must be taken within 35 days. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Mr. Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to Land for Maine's future board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee will not take this vote sooner than 15 minutes unless there are no objections. Is everyone okay with taking the vote? Seeing yes, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of 130th Maine Legislature the nomination Mr. Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to the Land for Maine Future Board be confirmed. Cheryl, please call the roll.
Yes. Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Laurie Osher.
Yes.
Representative Laurie Osher, yes. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yeah, yes.
Representative
Aye.
Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray, absent. That leaves us with a 10-4, 3 absent.
With 10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 3 absent is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry that the nomination of Mr. Robert Myers of Bath for reappointment to the Maine for the Land for Maine's future board be confirmed. Congratulations, Bob.
Thank you.
We will move on to our next nomination. Before I do that, I would like Representative Underwood to introduce himself, that he has joined us.
I am Representative Underwood, Joseph Underwood from Presque Isle, and it's very nice to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Maxman.
Chloe Maxman, Senate District 13.
Thank you. And I don't think anyone else has joined us. Again, with that, we will open up the hearing on Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont. So with that, we will begin. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont. Reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board. The meeting today is being conducted electronically under the law and joint rules legislature. This committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by the majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information that this is being conducted in electronic format, and this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. If you're going to participate, please make sure that when you're called upon, you unmute your microphone. So with that, motion to confirm pursuant to Title III, Section 157, the main statute required there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of attendee. The chair recognizes Representative Maggie O'Neill.
Mr. Chair, I make that motion to confirm.
Representative O'Neill has moved that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont for reappointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board. And with that, I will ask that representative from the governor's office, Mr. Bushy, please speak.
Thanks again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. For the last time today, my name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont as a new member of the Land for Maine's Future Board. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont has been involved in the forest industry for the majority of her adult life, co-owns and operates Robbins Lumber in Searsmont, and she's also the Vice President of Georges River Energy Company. She's received her bachelor's degree from St. Anselm College, is a member of the Forest Products Group Trust, RSU 71 Board of Directors, and the Maine Forest Legacy Committee. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the nomination of Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont for nomination as a new member of the Board of Land for Maine's Future, and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead for the purpose of making a statement.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Catherine Robbins Halstead, and I live in Searsmont. I am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Land for Maine's Future Board. I would like to thank Governor Mills for nominating me for this position. I believe that I am a good candidate for this board because of my business and industry-related volunteer board experience. My business experience includes 25 years as a manager and co-owner of Robbins Lumber, a fifth-generation family-owned and operated Eastern White Pine sawmill. 5 years ago, my brothers and I built a 8.5 megawatt biomass cogeneration energy producer, Georges River Energy. Additionally, Robbins Lumber manages 25,000 acres of timberland and has had a 20,000 acre working forest conservation easement for over 20 years. As a volunteer board member, I have experience in land and forestry conservation through the Forest Society of Maine, Forest Legacy Committee, and the Maine Forest Products Council. I feel this experience gives me a unique appreciation of how important the conservation of working forest lands through the Lands for Maine Future Board is to Maine, its citizens, the environment, and Maine businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration of my nomination. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll take statements from the floor. We already have some written statements, and we are down to those wishing to speak. Make sure you unmute yourself when you do, and give us your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. And with that, I would call on Sarah Demers.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members. I'm Sarah Demers, Director of the Land for Maine's Future Program, testifying today in support of the administration's appointment of Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead to the Land for Maine's Future Board. I first had the pleasure of working with Ms. Robbins Halstead several years ago when we both served on Maine's Forest Legacy Committee, which recommends projects to present to Congress for funding through the Forest Legacy Program, and also advises the Bureau of Parks and Lands on program policy related to acquiring forest conservation easements and fee lands in order to protect the traditional uses and public values of Maine forests. Catherine brought a thoughtful and pragmatic approach to our work on the committee, and since then I've always looked for opportunities to work with Ms. Robbins Halstead. I'm very pleased to testify in support of Ms. Robbins Halstead's appointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board. As co-owner of Robbins Lumber and vice president of Georges River Energy LLC, not only does Ms. Robbins Halstead bring a depth of firsthand experience and knowledge as a large landowner and business owner heavily engaged in Maine's forest products industry, she also has firsthand experience with managing and owning land protected with a working forest conservation easement. In addition to her professional experiences, Ms. Robbins Halstead has managed to volunteer over the years with multiple community and industry organizations, ranging from workforce development, land conservation, the Maine Forest Products Council as a school board member, and a member of the United Midcoast Charities Board, which serves communities in Knox and Waldo counties. Both her subject matter expertise and demonstrated service to her community and the state will make Ms. Robbins Halstead a very valuable member of the LMF board. During the time that we worked together, I found that Ms. Robbins Halstead brought a seasoned and thoughtful view on challenging topics such as the role of private landowners in protecting diverse public values, such as wildlife habitat and public recreation opportunities. It is for these reasons that I believe Ms. Robbins Halstead would be a great addition to the LMF board. Thank you again for your time and consideration today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I'll have all public comments having, I don't believe there's anyone else. Is there, Cheryl?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. All public comments having been taken, we will proceed as follows. Review any written comments. The vote has to take place within 35 days. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry from Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont for appointment to the Land for Maine Futures Board is closed. In accordance with the law, we have to take this within 10 minutes, within 15 minutes if there's no objections. So are there any objections? Seeing none, we will proceed then. The pending question before the committee is the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont for appointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board be confirmed. Please call the roll.
Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Lori Osher.
Yes.
Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. I don't see him. Do I see him?
Yeah, he's right up.
There he is. Okay, sorry. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray, absent. That's 10 yes, 0 no, and 3 absent.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 3 being absent. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, the nomination of Ms. Catherine Robbins Halstead of Searsmont for appointment to the Land for Maine Future Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will close that hearing and open up our final confirmation hearing for today. And this is Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin. And so I will open this up. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor, Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin, for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony and forum and have an opportunity to question the governor and her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I just want to mention that this is an electronic format and that the meeting is being live streamed on the YouTube channel and will be available soon after this meeting to be viewed. Pursuant to Title 3, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, require there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to confirm.
It has been moved by Representative O'Neill that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. And with that, I will recognize, I believe, Mr. Tom Obello again. Is Tom here?
Senator Dill, this is not one of the governor's nominees. This is one of the county nominations for LUPC.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Scott Atkins, Hancock County.
Yes, sir. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Scott Atkins, and I am the Hancock County Administrator. On behalf of the Hancock County Commissioners and community, we proudly present Mr. Billings from the municipality of Franklin for renomination on the Land Use Planning Commission. As some of you may be aware, Mr. Billings has served in this capacity with nothing but integrity, effectiveness, and professionalism. While he may not be out there winning Super Bowls like Mr. Brady, the role on the LUPC board is very important and requires equal, if not greater, talent and discretion. Millard is known to be well-versed in his knowledge of the UT area, as well as being fair in his decisions through proper analysis. In this presentation for confirmation, we tend to use the phrase no-brainer down here. No-brainer, probably, sorry. Again, thank you for your time and attention today. On behalf of Hancock County, we look forward to Millard's successful confirmation this morning. And I'll answer any questions if I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Any questions? Seeing none, I will now ask Mr. Millard Billings for statement on his nomination.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agricultural, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Millard Billings from the town of Franklin in Hancock County. I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination for the Land Use Planning Commission. I've served on the LUPC since 2016, and I would like to be reappointed for another term. My past experience on the LUPC and my 40+ years of experience in government as a town manager, tax assessor, code enforcement officer, and the unorganized territory supervisor for Hancock County have provided me a background that will enable me to serve the LUPC, the unorganized territories, and the people of the state of Maine. Thank you for your consideration of my nomination.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, I will now take statements from the floor, and I do not have anybody on my list.
We do have questions.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Billingsley, I had a question just how, along the same lines of the question I asked before, how do you feel like you balance the needs of your county versus the needs of the state, especially coming at from your position as a point of view of being a county nominee as opposed to being governor's nominee?
I think this is a balancing act between preserving our way of life in the unorganized territory in the state of Maine and economic development. We need jobs. at the same time, we have to be careful what we say yes to because we can't unring the bell. I hope that answers that question.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
You
Go ahead.
mentioned when you comes to preserving way of life, do you think of it more as preserving the way of life in Hancock County or preserving the way of life in the state of Maine?
Throughout the state of Maine, but especially in the unorganized territories.
And do you feel more, how do you feel you balance that, those two, perhaps, like, you know, we're going to hear one point of view from the folks in Hancock County, we're going to hear another point of view from folks in York County. And how do you feel like you've had to balance those points of view in your work?
Well, I think it comes back to we're governed by a set of rules, the comprehensive land use plan and different zonings in the unorganized territories. Those are the rules we have to live by. At the same time, we have to listen to the constituents of the unorganized territories that are being affected and the people of the state of Maine that want to enjoy the unorganized territory and recreate in the unorganized territory.
Thank you.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Billings, for being here. My question is along the same lines that I asked Commissioner May. I know that you voted against the CMP corridor, and in light of the Wolfden mine that is being proposed, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about your vision for how Maine manages and preserves or develops its natural resources.
Thank you. That's a good question. But I can't comment on a pending application.
Yes,
we will review the comprehensive land use plan and the zoning in the area and work within the framework of the laws and rules.
Yes, I am aware that you are not allowed to talk about the LUPC proceedings, and I'm not asking you to. I'm referring more to your vote around the CMP corridor and how that vote was influenced by your vision for Maine and what that looks like.
The CMP corridor, there were 3 issues that the LUPC had to review, not the entire CMP corridor. But there was the area at Beatty Pond, the area where the power line crossed the Appalachian Trail at Joe's Hole, and the area where the CMP crossed the Kennebec River Gorge. You know, we were told all the way through that they had to go through that area at Beatty Pond because they couldn't get access to areas, another route. After a long process, they did find another route. The Kennebec Gorge, when it didn't look like they were going to get permission to go over the gorge, they came back with another proposal to drill under the gorge. It was like pulling teeth to get the direction that we wanted to go.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Billings, so I understand the rezoning decision's underway and you're not able to comment on the project or your take on it. But similar to what I asked Commissioner May, I'm just curious how you're doing your due diligence on mining. What's your process? Have you ever visited a mining operation?
I have visited a mining operation. It was Callahan Mine at Cape Rosia, if anyone is familiar with that.
Thank you. And Commissioner, if I could ask how you're doing your due diligence on the project.
because of COVID, we have been doing these Zoom meetings, and we couldn't do a site visit with everybody present. The LUPC staff did a site visit and videoed the area, surrounding area, and brought those back to a presentation for the commissioners to view. Again, I've read all the documents, staying up to date on the information that comes through.
You have a follow-up, Representative O'Neill?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Commissioner, for that answer. My other question is the same one that I posed to Commissioner May, which is, are you following the work of the Climate Council? And how do you see your role as being supportive of that work?
I am following it, and I think with the Director Judy East, she's on the Climate Council and keeps us abreast of what's going on. And we're moving forward.
Thank you for your answer.
Are there other questions? All right, thank you. I now will take statements from the floor. We have some written comments. Anyone who wishes to speak will state your name and place of residence and unmute yourself. I do not have anybody, Cheryl, wishing to speak on this nomination.
I do not either, unless the other Randy Hall that is on our screen. I have no idea who that is.
Okay. All right, we just have 2 Representative Halls. That's scary.
I know.
Hey, at least I got hooked up here. That's all I'll say.
Should I delete that one out?
All right.
Yes.
With that, all public comments haven't been taken. We will proceed as follows. We will review any written comments, and we vote on the nomination must take place within 35 days. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission is closed. We must take.
Oh, we have a question.
Oops, sorry. Chloe, Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if I could make a brief statement before we vote. On the record.
Sure.
It's brief, I promise. I just wanted to say that since the commissioners that we are voting on today cannot talk about the rezoning process around the Wolfden mine, there's really no basis to vote against them. But I just want to say that I and obviously other members of this committee are extremely concerned about the mine and the role that LUPC is playing and will play around it, and just want it to be known on the record that we are keeping a very close eye on this, and it's been part of our deliberations and thought process today.
Thank you. With that, the hearing by the Joint Standing Commission, okay, I've already done that. In accordance, we will take the vote. Is anyone opposed to doing it now? All right. Pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommended the Senate, the 130th Maine Legislature, that the nomination of Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. So with that, please call the roll.
Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Lori Osher.
Yes.
Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Aye.
Representative Thomas Schofield, aye. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent.
No, he's here.
Oh, he is. I apologize. Representative Jeffrey Gifford,
Yes, ma'am.
there you are. Welcome.
He was the Randall Hall clone.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
Thank you, Randy.
Representative David McCray, absent. With a vote of 11 for, 0 nay, and 2 absent.
With 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative, none in the negative, and 2 absent, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry, the nomination of Mr. Millard Billings of Franklin for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That will conclude our confirmation hearings right now. And if you all promise to be back in 5 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with the AGCOM meeting. So it is 10:45. I am going to start at 10:50 sharp. Thank you. Mute yourselves and maybe take yourself off screen.
Take a break.
Senator Dill, I'm going to let in the panelists. Is that okay?
That is okay, because we need to
Okey
get
dokey.
started.
Yep. And Representative McCray is joining as soon as he gets my link.
Okay.
Representative Bernard is in the another committee, and she's the lead for that. So that's why she is only in this one on occasion.
Yep. Yeah, she told me that at the beginning, so
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, with that, we're starting to slowly come back. So to try to keep a somewhat near schedule, I would turn to Julie Marie Bickford to have an update on the Agricultural Committee of Maine and the agricultural tour that they put together for legislature. With that, Julie Marie.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I am Julie Marie Bickford, normally appearing before you representing the Maine Dairy Industry Association, but today I have the hat on as president of the Agricultural Council of Maine, known as AgCom. And we normally, in a non-pandemic year, would have hosted a bus tour last summer to offer you an opportunity to physically go and visit some of the farms in our state that are doing some amazing work. Because that wasn't a possibility in person, we undertook the project of making this a virtual tour. And I really appreciate the opportunity to present that to you today. So that's going to run for an hour and 9 minutes. Please be patient. It is rather entertaining. I say that having watched it now probably 24 times. And then afterwards, we have some members, representatives from AgCom, who will be available to answer any questions that you might have or gather information to provide you additional information in the future. So with that, I thank Karen Netto for her assistance in streaming the legislation, or excuse me, streaming the video, since I have to duck out to testify in another committee. But I look forward to seeing you in an hour and 9 minutes.
Julie Marie, would you like me to start the video?
Oh, I'm so, yes, please, Karen.
Okay.
Thank you. Karen, I don't know if anybody else is having a problem, but I'm not hearing the audio.
I'm not either, Karen, so.
Okay, okay. I'm not muted. It's not muted on YouTube. Cheryl, can you make sure I'm not muted from the host point of view? You hearing anything?
Nope,
No.
nope.
All right, we may need to take 5 minutes and I'll call IT.
Okay. Thank you. Representative McCray, you are here. Would you introduce yourself? Of course, you got to unmute yourself to do that, but Representative McCray?
Yes,
There
I'm
you
here.
go.
I'm here and live. Sorry about that. I had a couple of bills in another committee. I'm Representative David McCray from Northern Maine up in Aroostook County. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I'm happy to be here finally. And I represent the good people of District 148. And thank you.
And perhaps if you sing and dance or something, you could entertain us for 5 minutes?
I did that in the other committee.
Okay. So we were planning committee after this presentation, we were going to go over the rules of the committee, but I think we'll try to do that on Thursday since we were a little behind from our confirmation hearings and now we've got a little delay here. We'll just have whatever time we get done here, we'll break and then we'll start back at 1 p.m. sharp because we do have a public hearing scheduled, at which time Representative O'Neill will run the public hearing this afternoon. Good thing we're not a radio station. Isn't this the time they say you're never supposed to do? It's dead air time, so.
Just so you know, Senator Dill, we're working on it on our end as well to provide some resources to Karen.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, started working, but just no sound.
I have the link as well. Do you want me just to see if I can bring it up on YouTube, just to make sure?
Karen, do you want her to try?
That's what I did, Cheryl. And
you did.
for some reason, you all can't hear my computer audio
Maybe
internally. So
Do you want me to try?
Yeah, let's try Cheryl's and see what happens.
okay,
I gotta find the link here.
someone is coming over, but
Oh, okay.
Well, you can try it anyway, Cheryl, just to see.
Yeah.
Oh, if I can find the link now.
Hey, Karen. This is
Karen,
Ryan Liberty with the Maine Christmas Tree Association. I did a presentation last week and the same thing happened to me. The default setting on the video was no sound. So for me, it worked by raising the volume on the side of my computer. It was all the way down and I had to just increase it. Maybe that'll work. It worked for me last week. But.
do you hear that? I mean,
mine's going.
It's
do you want me to share it?
Yeah, share it.
Can you hear it?
Faintly.
Very faintly.
It's up all the way.
It's okay.
IT is here, so I'll get him to turn it up louder if he can.
They can hear it now, or?
Well, Karen called you from her room, not from here.
Oh, okay, so,
They need it higher, louder.
oh. Right.
Cheryl, you may want to mute yourself while you figure this out.
She's
Karen, this is Eric Venturini with Wild Liberty Commission. I sent you an email with the link to the instructions that Julie Marie used when she ran into a similar challenge originally. I don't know if it'll help or not, but.
Cheryl, can you stop sharing your screen? Okay. So, can you all hear that?
Nope.
Nope.
Aaron, in your Zoom, you should see on the bottom left.
Share sound. Okay, now try.
There we go.
Hello, and welcome to a Maine's Eye View of Agriculture, a virtual tour for Maine's policymakers. Today we'll be highlighting some of the important and unique sectors of Maine agriculture. I'm Julie Marie Bickford, AgCom's president, and I will serve as your guide for today's exploration of our diverse agricultural landscape and the broad variety of products and economic activity that can be found throughout. Some agricultural enterprises are very well known and visible. You may have even visited or been a patron at some. Others are hidden gems, existing behind the scenes and quietly focusing on growing and nurturing their signature products, our environment, and their small businesses that enrich our state economy. As we travel through today's virtual tour, you may have questions or want to pursue certain topics further with our AgCom members and member organizations. Feel free to enter your questions in the chat box feature. But we also invite you to join us for a live Q&A session with AgCom members from the tour and a few additional sectors upon the conclusion of this video. I look forward to seeing you live and in person. We will answer as many questions as we can during the allotted time and would be glad to speak with you whenever you might have ag questions throughout the legislative session. Before we start our virtual journey, I want to introduce you to the sponsoring organization for this event, the Agricultural Council of Maine, more commonly known as AgCom. We are an organization of organizations made up of groups representing almost every type existing in Maine. AgCom is the place where information about Maine agriculture and its services and programs are shared, brainstormed, and debated. We all share a passion for Maine agriculture and are committed to finding ways to expand the family farm businesses that make up our Maine communities. Now let's join John Harker, AgCom's historian, who will share why and how AgCom was started.
Hi, I'm John Harker. I operate Kent's Hill Orchard. I'm the AgCom historian. I put a very short video together on the history of AgCom. Hope you like it. The 1980s were a turbulent time for Maine agriculture. There was development pressure and increasing costs of production, and a generational shift with new back-to-the-landers and homesteaders entering the state. There was an increase in the environmental movement with more pressure on farmers on their use of chemicals and pesticides. Farmers also faced a total reorganization of the Department of Agriculture, with the department trying to be more marketing proactive, but also with more regulatory control, especially with pesticides. Big changes were also occurring at the traditional schools of ag engineering and science at the University of Maine, and they were being replaced with environmental studies and sustainable agriculture programs. Understandably, farmers were becoming more frustrated with these changes. Adrian Wadsworth from the Maine Endowment for Research Extension and Teaching, John Olson from Maine Farm Bureau, and Bill Bell from the Maine Association of Conservation Districts, and John Harker from the Department of Agriculture sat down in 1989 to strategize how we could get more farmer input into these changes. Bill suggested that we form a council similar to the New York Council of Ag Organizations, and with that, AgCom was born. A board of incorporators was convened, bylaws were written up, and the corporation was formed in May 11th, 1990. 16 statewide organizations and a number of other organizations and individuals joined the original group of AgCom. The Maine Farm Bureau, made up of the largest organization of farmers in the state, was a major supporter of AgCom by passing a resolution supporting it and allowing it to be housed at the Maine Farm Bureau offices. The goals of Maine AgCom were to develop a united effort on agricultural issues, to enhance communications amongst the agricultural organizations, and to provide leadership on issues affecting Maine agriculture. While AgCom would become the major networking and communication tool for farmers, the legislative efforts were still up to Maine Farm Bureau and the individual commodity organizations. One of the problems was how to deal with divergent views on various issues, especially on pesticide use. The members decided in the end to only advocate and lobby for AgCom bills if there was a unanimous decision amongst the group. Otherwise, the group would continue to network and communicate, and each individual organization would advocate on its own. One of the unique aspects of AgCom was the fact that they allowed in the other federal and state organizations and other organizations to come in as associate members. In this way, there can be better communication about the various programs and feedback to those governmental organizations. One of the first orders of business was to list out all the areas of concern that AgCom members had, and it was a long list, and it included taxation, university staffing, the Department of Agriculture reorganization, pesticide use, food safety, and many, many other issues that needed to be addressed in 1990. Committees were set up to help deal with each one of these issues and to work with the various state and other government organizations to work on and come up with agreeable solutions. Over the past 30 years, AgCom has completed 5 strategic plans. Most of the issues have remained the same, but as times change, solutions differ. Some issues are shared by all organizations, such as labor, marketing, and food safety and environmental issues, whereas some are very specific to the industry. However, all organizations come together when we go to the legislature. We all support each other. Communication, cooperation, and mutual respect are AgCom's hallmark strengths. A vision of a bright future for agriculture is shared by all. Well, I hope you enjoyed that short history and look forward to the rest of the legislative tour. Have a good day.
Remember when I said that AgCom was made up of Maine agricultural organizations? Well, my regular day job is as Executive Director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association. MDIA, as we're known, represents all of the dairy farm families who are producing milk for sale in its various forms. Could be milk in a bottle from one of our 4 major fluid bottling plants, or some of Maine's famous local ice cream, gelato, or frozen custard. Maybe it's hand-churned butter or cultivated yogurt, or some of our award-winning artisan cheeses. Maine dairy farms are all family-owned and operated, some dating back 8 or 9 generations to the late 1700s. Well, I should say, all except our 3 nonprofit educational farms. The Witter Center at the University of Maine at Orono, Wolf's Neck Center's Organic Dairy Farmer Training Program in Freeport, and one of the oldest registered Holstein herds that resides at Pineland Farms in New Gloucester. Some farms across the state are milking as few as 8 cows, while other multi-generational farms are milking as many as 1,700 cows, while supporting 22 family members as well as employees. From Woodland and Easton and Aroostook County to Kittery and Cornish and York County to downtown Portland and Bangor, dairy can be found throughout Maine, and our amazing conventional and organic dairy farms have a strong reputation for producing almost 70 million gallons of quality fresh milk every year, generating over $570 million in annual economic activity, all while maintaining stewardship over 700,000 acres of Maine's fields, forests, wetlands, and contributing $25 million annually in state and local taxes. It's information and representation from many groups like mine that make up the AgCom team and give us a thorough view of the needs and priorities of Maine agriculture. In January 2020, AgCom completed a 2-year research effort to identify and develop consensus on the most critical issues to be addressed in order to strengthen and grow Maine's agricultural sector. And while 2020 became its own challenge due to shifts in demands for ag products and altered marketing and distribution channels, the summary of our findings about the best ways to support and assist Maine farmers and ag businesses is still very relevant to our daily lives and forms an important tool for you to use as you engage in public policy discussions at the state, federal, or local levels. Our tour today will take us to 4 AgCom member groups who represent different types of farming operations in Maine that each have unique assets and challenges. At the same time, they also reflect the common themes of utilizing Maine's abundant and historic natural resources in ways that both protect and perpetuate the potential for growth for generations to come. We will also hear from 4 associate members of AgCom, representing those groups who support our farm families by providing resources such as research and technical expertise, training for young farmers, or promoting markets and creating processing and distribution services for Maine farm products. All with an eye to expanding our ability to provide food and natural products to people in Maine as well as beyond our borders. So let's kick off our virtual travels by heading out to one of our most famous, seasonally specific growing operations, a Maine Christmas tree farm.
Well, hello there. My name's Matthew Quinn, and I'm the proprietor here at Quinn's Tree Farm up in Cornville. We're a member farm of the Maine Christmas Tree Association, and we provide choose and cut balsam fir Christmas trees for our customers. We do it all here at the tree farm. We have to plant our seedlings in the spring. We mow our tree rows to make sure that the grass doesn't grow too high. And then we have to shear them in the summertime. And then we sell them at Christmas time. The Christmas tree industry is very important to the state. Not only do we provide premium trees for our citizens right here at home to enjoy during the holiday, but every year we send tens of thousands of trees out of state. to the cities, like Boston and New York. I even know a fella that sells Christmas trees down in West Palm Beach. Why Maine Christmas trees? Because they're the finest quality tree around. And nothing beats the smell of a balsam fir. It's the smell of Christmas.
The Maine Christmas Tree Association, also known as the MCTA, was an organization that started in 1962 to promote real Maine Christmas trees. If you were to walk through some of the fields of our member farms, you'd find lots of variety of trees. Of course, you'd find the balsam fir and the Fraser fir. You'd also find varieties that are a little bit more exotic, like the Turkish fir, the concolor fir, Meyer spruce, Scotch pine, the white pine, even some hybrid varieties like the Canaans and the Frolsums. One of the things we're very proud of at MCTA is our research and development. Some of our founding fathers had the foresight to go out and find some of the very best fir varieties in all of the Northeast and bring them back and plant them into 2 seed orchards, one in Ashland, Maine and one in Norridgewock, Maine. The MCTA is currently made up of 139 farms, some as far north as New Canada, Maine, others as far south as South Berwick. These farms vary in size from tens of thousands of trees being shipped all over the United States to smaller farms just selling to their friends and neighbors.
There are so many reasons why real Maine Christmas trees are better than those imported, plastic, non-biodegradable, conical-shaped, decoration hanging thingies that resemble a tree that you can get from the big box store. But you don't have to take my word for it.
They offer habitat for Maine wildlife, especially birds. In fact, if you get a nest in your Christmas tree, it's considered good luck. Ooh.
Christmas trees are a renewable resource. In fact, tree growers plant 3 trees for every tree harvested.
Did you know that an acre of Christmas trees provides enough oxygen for 18 people a day? That's a lot of fresh air with all the acres of Maine Christmas trees.
Real Christmas trees are 100% biodegradable, and many cities and towns actually have services where they pick up the trees, chip them, turn them into mulch or compost, and all those beautiful nutrients are returned to the earth. Those tree-like decorations end up in a landfill where they remain forever.
They provide full-time and seasonal employment to our hardworking Mainers, pouring money directly into Maine's economy, using one of Maine's finest natural resources, evergreen trees.
Well, those are some great reasons why Maine Christmas trees are the best choice for Christmas and holiday decor. But what does it take to get one of these trees from a tiny little seedling all the way to a nice tall balsam fir ready to go into your living room at Christmas time? Well, a lot of work, that's what. You know, Christmas trees aren't a set it and forget it. They take a lot of time, almost 7 to 10 years, to get a tree from a seedling to a full-grown one ready to go off into a living room somewhere in the world. Summer is the shearing season. Every year, all of these trees need to be shaped to get that beautiful, classic Christmas tree look. And it's hard work, too. Most of it's done by hand, with shearing knives or shears. And it can be dangerous too, as yellow jackets and other wasps like to make their nests in these Christmas tree branches. October and November bring on harvest season, where we all go back out into the tree fields and we cut the trees down, bale them all up and put them on trucks and ship them out to other parts of the country. And then on the day after Thanksgiving, for our local retail lots and our choose and cut farms, well, selling season begins. Imagine a year's worth of hard work, all for a 4-week selling period. One farmer can handle about 10 to 15 acres of Christmas trees. That's about 10 to 15,000 trees. But many farms need outside help, especially during shearing season and retail season, to get these trees from the field into the thousands of homes where people will be able to enjoy Maine Christmas trees during the holiday season. Well, we hope you enjoyed this introduction to the Maine Christmas tree industry. For more information, you can check us out on the web at mainechristmastree.com or on Facebook, Maine Christmas Tree Association. Or you can talk to any one of our member farms, as I'm sure they'd love to share their experiences firsthand with you. Well, I got to get back to the trees. It is hard work, but I do love it. And in the words of famous Maine author E.B. White, I'd really rather feel bad in Maine than feel good anywhere else. So there you go, my legislator friends. I'll see you soon.
discussion about climate change and ways to mitigate global warming, maintaining healthy forests or growing trees and other crops, and building the health of the soil used to grow those crops is one of the best ways to sequester carbon. The key is keeping the land active by growing something and maintaining that healthy soil. This also makes sure that the farms are more resilient to the impacts of climate change. Maine Farmland Trust is a land conservation organization dedicated to ensuring that lands currently engaged in agriculture today will be available for future farmers. Their efforts make sure that ag land can be affordable for those farmers of the future, as well as helping to protect the open spaces and vistas that Maine farms provide for hunting, fishing, hiking, snowmobile, and ATV riding, and so many other forms of outdoor recreation so important to our tourism industry. Protecting land is also an important natural climate solution by avoiding the greater emissions that come with developed land, by making sure we have the land base to grow our agricultural sector and create food security for the state, by creating climate benefits from farmers using healthy soils practices on the land. So let's hear a little bit more about Maine Farmland Trust.
Hi, my name is Ellen Griswold, and I'm the Policy and Research Director at Maine Farmland Trust. For those of you who are not familiar with our organization, we're a member-powered statewide organization that works to protect farmland, support farmers, and advance the future of farming. Since 1999, MFT has helped to permanently protect nearly 300 farms and keep over 60,000 acres of farmland in farming, while providing over 800 farm families with a wide range of services. We also actively work on policy measures that help farmers become and remain economically viable, that increase access to farmland, that keeps farmland in farming, and that provides farmers with the tools and resources they need to become more resilient in the face of climate change. I would now like to share with you a video from our 20th anniversary that provides more information about our organization and its work. But please reach out if you have any questions. I look forward to talking with you soon. Thank you.
My father always told me, he says, they're not gonna make one more inch of land bubble. It's all here.
There's a saying that farmers say is the last crop you'll ever grow is houses. I couldn't see that for me. It needs to be protected. It needs to be forever valued for what it is. It's farmland.
You know, farmers are out there every day working hard, growing the food that we eat and that sustains our economies and our communities. But we are at a turning point where the challenges that we're facing are very real. We're losing land to development, changes in climate, and about a third of our farming community is reaching retirement age. It's not certain that a farm will continue to be an active farm into the future.
Preserving farmland is, I mean, that's how we make our food. You know, that's how you, I mean, there's a whole economy that surrounds it too.
Farms can't sell stuff to people that won't buy it. People need to be there wanting to buy good food for good food production to be sustainable.
Maine has an incredible land base. We have the land, we have the soil, we have the water, and we have the opportunity to grow much more food for ourselves and for the region.
In order to have any farmland for future generations to farm, it has to be protected.
If Maine Farmland Trust isn't there, who is?
We can't control what happens in the world. We can control what happens here. We can be sustainable. We can be good to the earth here.
You know, we have the power to decide what our communities look like into the future, and we want to ensure that we have thriving farms in our communities all across the state. Maine Farmland Trust has been working for the last 20 years to protect farmland, to support farmers, but it's going to take us all pulling together in order to continue to grow the future of farming in Maine.
Our farmers feel the legacy of being stewards of farmlands, and they accept the responsibility to care for the land and waters while simultaneously striving to earn a decent living for themselves and their families. Maine land is very well suited to growing food. Some of the sandiest, thinnest soils in the state, often on rocky coastlines and hilltops, are best for growing one of Maine's most iconic crops. Something grown in Maine and maritime Canada and virtually nowhere else on Earth. Let's head down east to see a uniquely Maine landscape and talk about Maine wild blueberries.
When you go out to the Barrens,
you see the most unique agricultural system in the world. These plants were never planted here. They were not bred by human hands. These plants have been here, thriving since the glaciers receded from Maine over 10,000 years ago.
we call these glacial deposits of land that are growing so many blueberries a blueberry barren. And that name does describe the place. It looks pretty barren. It almost looks like you're in a dry desert, but you're here in Maine.
In the spring, the small white bell-shaped flowers cover tens of thousands of acres across the state.
And you'll hear the bees just buzzing around.
These fields support a tremendous diversity of wildlife. In some fields, 100% of the pollination is done by native bees. More than 100 bee species that we know of are supported in the spring by the bounty of pollen and nectar. Of course, without these bees, not a single flower would turn into a berry.
If we go in the fall, it can be bright red with leaves. Go in August, it can be completely blue. So, looking at it over time and the differences in the fields, it's rural and quiet and just a really very nice place to be.
Maine is the only state in the country that commercially grows and harvests wild blueberries. And the University of Maine is the only institution in the country that has a research program that focuses solely on this crop.
This iconic crop was first managed and harvested, we think thousands of years ago, by the Wabanaki. Commercial production started after the Civil War, when berries were first canned and shipped to Union troops. Since then, production increased drastically. These increases are the result of the innovative entrepreneurial nature of our farmers, also because of improvements in crop management, harvesting, and processing brought about by our close relationship with the University of Maine.
When we started, we didn't know anything about blueberries, and it was a real learning curve. Everything we did was a learning curve, and we're just really lucky that there's people like Dave.
The university is home to the University of Maine Wild Blueberry Research and Extension Team.
Bees in general are important because they're extremely efficient pollinators of most of the fruits and nut crops that we grow and consume.
Maine's policymakers can help Maine's wild blueberry businesses respond to market pressures, pivot to this new COVID market reality that we're all living in, and help us to grow and to foster these family farms by really facilitating and supporting university and state investment in research and development in our agricultural systems.
If we didn't have that university research and that information to allow them to adapt and improve the productivity, they'd be out of business. There would be no blueberry growers.
Second, we need to increase the profitability of our farms and of our businesses. State initiatives and programs can help our industry build value through value-added production here in Maine, help launch agritourism initiatives to increase visibility and generate more on-farm income. We can rethink, expand, and diversify agricultural infrastructure to increase the resilience to market disruptions like COVID-19.
What we're doing as small farmers is not only are we creating a lifestyle, we're creating a product that is beneficial for those who are going to consume it.
And they're just so pretty. People stop all the time and take pictures there. And I tell, his niece lives down next to the road, and I tell her husband, I said, why don't you take a chair and go out and sit there and have a sign, $5 a picture.
They love farming. They just love to be outside. They love to manage a crop.
Maine's wild blueberry is a cultural icon. This berry has been an economic force in our most rural counties for nearly 200 years. And for this iconic crop to remain an economic engine, for it to be more than just an icon, we ask for your support and for your understanding to help us pivot and to grow in these uncertain times.
So I've been coming here since 1986. I enjoy it and I love it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't come back. I have arthritis in my hands and it keeps my hands going. Just love it.
Maine's wild blueberries. It's about the people. It's about the land.
Maine's wild blueberry industry is a great example of how Maine farmers are local businesses supporting our state economy and our rural communities. But at the same time, wild blueberry growers and processors have to overcome challenges associated with our geography and distance from national and international markets. Getting Maine food into larger markets is a challenge, especially when competing in the global marketplace. Maine farmers take great pride in being able to feed people, whether they be our neighbors, people in neighboring states, or on the other side of the globe. However, Maine farmers can't always do it by themselves, and they may need to build partnerships with other businesses in our food system to make sure that the food and crops we grow can get to as many people as possible who need them and want them, and in the form that they can best use. That's where the processors, distributors, and retailers of our state come in. So let's hear from the Maine grocers and food producers.
Hi, I'm Christine Cummings, Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association, MGFPA, and I'm here today to give you an overview of the work we do as a part of the Maine's Eye View of Agriculture, a virtual tour for Maine's policymakers, a series of the Agricultural Council of Maine. The Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association is a business trade group representing Main Street businesses such as independently owned and operated grocery stores, supermarkets, food and beverage producers and processors, wholesalers and distributors, and our allied service partners. We're a community dedicated to the prosperity of Maine's grocery and food producer industry through excellence in advocacy, networking, and education. Our primary goal is to make sure that Maine is a food-friendly place to do business. The Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association proudly represents more than 200 Maine companies across the state, whether that's supermarkets like a Hannaford to a Whole Foods, independent stores such as your local IGA, an independently run Shop and Save, or natural food store. We also work closely with Maine's agricultural community, including members like Backyard Farms in Madison to Wyman's Blueberries in Millbridge, as well as value-add production companies such as Ray's Mustard from Eastport to Coastal Maine Popcorn in Booth Bay. Enterprises with less than 5 workers comprise about 46% of Maine's food manufacturing sector. In 2019, 1,392 people held a license from the state to process food at home. The number of food and beverage manufacturing companies in Maine grew 35% from 2007 to 2017. Categories with the most growth included sugar and confectionery, animal slaughtering and processing, bakeries and tortillas, dairy products, and other. The Maine story has the potential for a 10 to 20% premium in the marketplace. Maine's 10-year economic development strategy identifies food as one of the 4 thematic areas in which Maine has current strengths. There is global demand and there is potential for job creation. However, 90% of our food comes from outside the region.
Maine is home to 269 food manufacturing companies, resulting in $223 million in total wages, employing 5,700 Mainers. Maine boasts 108 beverage and tobacco production manufacturing businesses, resulting in $104 million in total wages, employing an additional 2,000 Mainers.
As of most recently, we're pleased to see food included in the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee's plan to grow and sustain Maine's economy, specifically to accelerate Maine's economy growth by investing boldly, strategically, and consistently in next-generation technology and innovation to grow our value-add economy. Specifically, this focuses on advancing a strategy for expanding value-add food processing infrastructure to address missing linkages in local supply chains and actively support the development of public and private partnerships. We look forward to working with you to harmonize Maine's fragmented food network, to strategize a food-specific economic development program with stakeholders, business owners, policymakers, and government entities, to collaborate for a private and public partnership for long-term success.
While some farms in our agricultural economy are easy to identify and have been active in Maine for centuries, there are some crops that have only recently been recognized as part of the agricultural sector. For example, people have been farming the seas since our earliest history, starting with the Wabanaki people right through the earliest colonies of settlers to land on these shores. Let's take a look at how today's Maine aquaculture farms are sustainably nurturing nature's bounty to meet our growing consumer demands for seafood and other products from the sea.
One of the exciting things about aquaculture in the state is how fast it's growing. We are the fastest growing food production method in the world, and in the state of Maine, aquaculture is growing roughly 2.4% per year on an annual basis. One of the most interesting things about aquaculture in the state of Maine is how diverse it is. We grow over 20 different species of plants and animals and use roughly 10 to 12 different production methods on any given year. We have a big group of new young farmers coming into the sector. The average age of a farmer in aquaculture in the state of Maine is 36 years old. So we are the new young face of the working waterfront in Maine.
I've really never had, I guess, a real job. I've always been sort of independent. Grew up on Islesboro and started lobstering when I was 11. Graduated from Islesboro Central School and then went to the University of Maine. Got a resource agribusiness management degree. Came back and went fishing. Kept lobstering. Then my wife got interested in aquaculture. The next thing you know, we started a mussel farm. We have 9 rafts total, 2 sites. Right now, there's roughly 6 rafts full of product and 3 rafts full of seed. All of our seed is caught wildly by placing ropes in the water column where we feel the wild seed set's going to come through. And then they naturally set on the mussel rope, and then we grow them out from there.
Aquaculture has been a new industry for Islesboro.
we're very much still on the ramp-up side of things. Our first year we harvested 700 pounds. And our second year we harvested 7,000 pounds. And, we're just this year getting to a point where we're harvesting 7,000 pounds a month. And we hope to grow that.
We have 5 employees, 3 full-time, and then 2 part-time. These farms are producing enough product that you have to get out of the state. So it makes it a year-round job instead of just something that's maybe seasonal.
I wanted to work on the water. I wanted to continue in a tradition that's been in my family for a long time. And I view aquaculture as an extension of that, a way to preserve that tradition of working on the water. I grow American oysters in the Scarborough River primarily, and grow it out in mostly floating containers, floating bags until year 2, in which case it comes out to Cape Elizabeth and goes onto the bottom. I also grow sea scallops off Cape Elizabeth. People want to live on the water. It's not necessarily just the amazing natural beauty, but it's also to be a witness of sort of that traditional experience and to see people out working or sailing or farming oysters.
So we've been operating in Maine for about 20 years now. Cook is a family-owned business that started out over 35 years ago raising Atlantic salmon in the ocean. It was a fairly new concept at the time. It started with 5,000 fish, and the company has grown, expanded to have operations around the world. People are looking for healthy, local, fresh seafood produced here in the state of Maine. So our challenge is to meet that demand. And what we've seen is that we're able to diversify the working waterfront in Maine.
Oh, I'm very proud of what I do. It's enabled me to stay in the community, because a lot of us, when we come to work in aquaculture, we had left the fishing industry. Like, I had to go to a mill, and I was happy there, but when I had a chance to come back and work around the water. We have 288 employees right now that work directly for Cook Aquaculture, and plus there's a lot of spin-off from contractors and vendors. And the aquaculture industry has allowed me to live the American dream. It really has. My family are close. I have a good job. I have a nice home, and I enjoy going to work every day.
The water is changing, the world is changing, and in order to continue to be who we are, we have to find new ways of staying on the water. Ocean Approved was started as the first commercial kelp farm. We renamed it Atlantic Sea Farms, and basically the model is we work with these 24 fishermen along the coast, or aquaculturists, and these folks are getting their own leases, and we're training them on how to harvest, how to farm. Keith is this person, he's been kelp farming now for 3 years, which makes him one of the few fishermen out there that have been farming for that long in Maine. So he's a real pioneer.
I've always diversified as long as I've been fishing, and lobstering isn't the only thing because it has a tendency to go up and down. And so we try to get into another project, not just solely have one project going. It fits into my lobstering season better than anything else. You don't have to work at the kelp season during the summertime and early fall, and that's when lobstering is prime.
One thing that people can be a little bit resistant to is the idea that we're fishing the sea, now we're farming the sea. But the reality is we used to fish here in Maine for several different species. And we have an economy that is almost completely dependent on lobster that is increasingly vulnerable to climate change. In order to be who we are and stay on the water and make money on the water and be the mariners that we've always been, we need to continue to look to diversify. And that's what aquaculture is going to give us the option to do.
So Maine aquaculture has been around for over 45 years, and we're really charting a new way into Maine's future. The Maine brand is worth something. People know that Maine seafood is some of the best seafood in the world. And so we get paid a little more than our competitors from other parts of the world and other parts of the country. By producing local, healthy seafood and delivering it direct to consumers and building the Maine brand, we're helping build Maine's future.
When we think agriculture, we think of rolling hills of grass dotted with grazing cows, or waving green fields of corn or other vegetables, or orchards filled with different varieties of apples and fruits. But not all of Maine agriculture is edible. Some is food for the soul. Let's check in with the Maine Landscape and Nursery Association to hear about the hidden gem of Maine horticulture.
Hi, I'm Don Sproul, Executive Director of the Maine Landscape and Nursery Association, or MELNA. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some information on Maine's horticulture industry and our association. Horticulture lays claim to being the well-kept secret of Maine agriculture, but according to the 2017 National Agriculture Statistics Service, horticulture is Maine's second largest crop, behind only potatoes and vegetables. We are the third largest component of agriculture overall, also trailing dairy. NASS reported that Maine horticulture sales have increased from 45.4% from $49.1 million in 2009 to $71.4 million in 2017. Maine horticulture operations increased from 250 to 965, a 286% increase over the same time period. The 45.4% increase in sales experienced by Maine is more than 2.5 times the national average increase of 18%. Why? I believe there are two reasons. First, horticulture is now included in the definition of agriculture in Maine state statutes. And second, MELNA established the Plant Something, Plant Maine marketing program. On point number one, perhaps my earlier comment about the hort industry being a well-kept secret was too generous. The hort industry felt more like the long-lost cousin of agriculture. In fact, for years, Maine did not include horticulture in its definition of agriculture. All 49 other states, the District of Columbia, and the United States government all included horticulture as part of agriculture. Maine stood alone in excluding horticulture. This meant all Maine nurseries, greenhouses, etc. were required to pay sales tax on all inputs required for plant production. This put Maine businesses at a significant competitive disadvantage. For over 30 years, every Maine legislature passed legislation to add horticulture to the definition of agriculture. But every time it passed, the legislation laid on the appropriations table with a fiscal note due to the loss of sales tax income for the purchase of inputs. Every time it died on the table, failing funding for final enactment. Until 2012. In 2012, after most of the budget was passed by the traditional 2/3 vote, the Hort as Ag legislation was once again left on the table, seemingly dead again due to its $135,000 fiscal note. But the governor and the majority party passed and enacted a supplemental budget bill that did fund the $135,000, and horticulture finally became defined as part of agriculture. Since that time, tax revenues generated by increased sales by greenhouses and nurseries has averaged more than $1.75 million annually. That's a pretty good trade for the $135,000 fiscal note. Had they enacted this over 30 years ago, the state would have enjoyed those additional tax revenues all these years. On point number two, in 2016, MELNA launched the Plant Something, Plant Maine campaign, which emphasizes planting for better health, economic value, and the environment.
Feeling stuck at home? Get your garden on. There's never been a better time to get outside and plant a garden. Planting and gardening is good for the soul, good for the environment, great exercise, and a wonderful family activity. And your local independent garden centers are here to help. Visit plantsomethingmaine.org to find a garden center near you. Many offer online ordering, curbside pickup, and delivery. Get outside with the family. Plant something. Visit plantsomethingmaine.org.
In the first year of the campaign, garden centers saw a 22.3% increase in sales and a job growth increase of 13.1%. Sales and jobs have since increased every single year. Melna's mission is to promote the use of ornamental plants, products, and services. In addition to serving as a business resource to our members, we also seek to engage and educate the general public. Our signature event of public engagement is the Maine Flower Show, held annually, at least in non-pandemic years, each March in Portland. We monitor proposed legislation, ordinances, and regulations affecting the industry, and advocate for our horticulture businesses at local and state levels. There are numerous issues affecting us, but the greatest seems to be state and municipal initiatives to ban the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. We realize Maine municipalities embrace local control. However, we oppose all attempts to enact full bans. We do so because that is not a scientific approach. Not all organics are safe. Not all synthetic pesticides are dangerous. In fact, there are about a dozen commonly used synthetic pesticides that have a lesser toxicity level than their organic counterparts. Staff from the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry can speak to you on that subject. We further oppose municipal bans because this creates a mishmash of regulations that vary greatly from town to town. This makes it extremely difficult for professional landscapers to keep track of the differing regulations between communities. Also, municipal staff, citizen groups, and volunteer committee members do not have the knowledge, expertise, or professional credentials that staff at the Department of ACF, Board of Pesticide Control, or the Cooperative Extension possess. The state of Maine and the United States both officially recognize and advocate integrated pest management as the best way to combat invasive pests. Melna wholeheartedly concurs. This is a totally scientifically based approach. Integrated pest management is an approach to controlling insects and other crop pests that combines various physical, chemical, and biological methods in an attempt to reduce reliance on pesticides. Melna, through our Plant Something program, has been running an awareness program to educate the general public on integrated pest management.
When it comes to a healthy, happy garden, it's all connected. Integrated pest management is a science-based approach to creating and managing a healthy garden. When managing invasive species and unwanted pests, always use the safest approach. Learn hundreds of safe, natural ways to manage unwanted pests and species and get helpful info on the safest products available. Find a solution with the least impact on your garden and the environment at plantsomethingmaine.org/IPM. Happy planting!
Again, thank you for this opportunity to share information about Maine's horticulture industry, Maine's little-known second largest crop. I appreciate the magnitude of your responsibilities and wish you much success. On behalf of Melna members, we look forward to working with you and remain available to answer any questions you may have now and in the future.
There has been a resurgence of interest in agriculture over the last 10 to 15 years. More and more younger people, particularly those who did not grow up on a farm, are choosing to engage in commercial agriculture as a way to merge their shared goals of making a living with a daily interaction with nature and an interest in ensuring its health and sustainability into the future. And many organizational groups have developed to offer opportunities for these farmers to share their goals and perspectives, to gain some hands-on training in agricultural practices, and to promote a diversity of production styles and market options for Maine-produced products. Let's hear from one of the oldest of such groups, the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association.
Hello, Maine legislators. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. MOFGA is the oldest and largest state organic association in the country. We began in 1971, so this year we're celebrating 50 years of building a more local, more organic Maine agriculture. We hope you'll join us in celebrating this milestone throughout the year, and that you'll visit our signature annual event, the Common Ground Country Fair. MOFGA is creating opportunities for Mainers to engage in the local organic food and agriculture movement. We want to ensure that local organic is an accessible primary choice for all Mainers, regardless of income or geography. MOFGA works hard to ensure that existing and new farmers have the support, training, and resources to sustain and grow the number of organic farms in Maine. Our farmer program staff serves as a sort of organic cooperative extension with expertise in organic crop and livestock production as well as marketing. Through our USDA accredited organic certification program, we certify more than 500 farms and processing facilities throughout Maine. MOFGA aims to have 10% of Maine's agricultural lands managed organically by the year 2030. We also manage a certified clean cannabis program, which draws heavily on the national organic standards. With a broad base of stakeholders, we embrace legislation that falls under 6 policy themes: climate and energy, farm viability, human health and environment, organic integrity, organic research and education, and social justice and equity. We look forward to working with you to implement great public policy in all of these areas. Now you'll hear from a few of the MOFGA farmers who are helping to build a more local, more organic Maine agriculture.
For me, it's simple. I need to feed people. That's my purpose here. And so as a farmer, I am looking to create a strong community of people to feed, and then I also need a strong community of people to connect with, because it isn't easy. There's so much to be done, and we're all so busy that we end up being on our farm and in this little bubble. So it's great to kind of break out of that bubble and reach out to each other.
I'm Ken Lamson, and this is my wife Adrienne Lee, and we're New Beet Farm.
New Beet Farm is a diversified organic mixed vegetable farm. We raise about 4 acres in mixed veg every year and about 1 acre in cut flowers. We have a small flock of sheep and a few draft horses that do all of our field work for us.
I think through MOFGA we met people more through our direct farmers markets and through programs. Both Adrienne and I have been through the apprentice program. We've both been through the Journey Person program. Some of it came out of necessity around here. We just started meeting local people, looking for a harrow, looking for some welding to get done on something.
Yeah, like the farmer to farmer is a good place for resourcing, connecting with other farms. One thing I've been really excited about is we're part of this new alliance, this Daybreak Growers Alliance. Through that, I've been able to interact and see farms around this area that usually we're able to connect in the wintertime, but we actually see them on a weekly basis. Just gauge where people are at, not just looking at people's Instagram feeds or something, which is not really the healthiest thing to do as far as ways to see what other people are doing.
It's worth a good laugh sometimes.
Yeah, it's worth a good laugh.
My name is Adam Nordell.
I'm Johanna Davis, and we are Songbird Farm. Songbird Farm is a certified organic vegetable and grain farm in Unity. Vegetables for a wholesale market, and then grains, and we have a small stone mill that we custom mill flowers. When we moved back to Maine, we were learning still. We both worked on farms but never ran our own. And it was MOFGA definitely had the draw of learning, education, program support, all of that. And we were in the Journey Person program for 2 years.
Farmer to Farmer is an amazing conference every year that we always take a lot of inspiration and new ideas from. If you're a certified organic farm in Maine, you're really lucky that not everybody has it this good. Not everybody has this much cultural and institutional support. In 3 words, farming for me is work, hope, and despair. Work, hope, and stress.
Stress, yeah. I'll stick with those.
Planning, patience, persistence. I mean, those are the things I struggle with. So to me, they're on the forefront of it.
I would say challenge and joy and right livelihood, maybe, which is kind of 2 words, but kind of one statement. But just I feel really fortunate that we're able to be farmers. As much as it's like a hard row to hoe sometimes, I feel really grateful for the opportunity to be able to do what we do and to be able to have our hands in the soil, be able to be outside, breathe in fresh air while we're working. It comes with its costs of stress and can wear down on your body and emotions, but ultimately I couldn't imagine doing anything else.
Today's agriculture is not the bucolic, Norman Rockwell-style, simple subsistence living of 150 or even 25 years ago. Agriculture is science, a biological and chemical process of caring for our environment in order to encourage things to grow. And in the last 100 years, science has made some incredible discoveries, increasing our knowledge of how plants and animals develop, the establishment of new technologies to combat age-old enemies of pests and weeds, and a better understanding of how those technologies may impact our soils, waters, living flora and fauna, as well as future generations of farmers and food production. We have also learned that while many farmers share similar challenges and strengths, no 2 farms in Maine are exactly alike. Our diversity of products grown and the individuality of the people who grow them naturally builds a resilience into the Maine agricultural landscape, while simultaneously helping our farmers tailor their products to changing consumer interests and adapt to meet developing market opportunities. However, that diversity makes it more challenging for Maine farmers to find the right kind of information and expertise to address the needs of their specific crop and farm structure. In order to fill the intense need for technical assistance, up-to-date information, and help incorporating new developments in scientific research, farmers rely on the University of Maine's Cooperative Extension. A component of Maine's land-grant university, Cooperative Extension is a doorway to academic expertise and practical, locally based solutions for farmers, small business owners, youth, parents, consumers, and many others. Through UMaine Extension workshops, classes, and events, both in person and virtual, and from the knowledgeable professionals scattered among the 16 county offices, the main office in Orono, and on many of the state's academic and research farm facilities, farmers can access information about the newest technology or the oldest, time-honored, and proven practices. If last year, the now infamous 2020, has taught us anything, it's that we all need to be prepared to deal with the unexpected. For farmers, that is a way of life, dealing with droughts or deluges, bugs or blight, changes within the family that change the operation of the farm, whether it's birth, death, injury, generational transfer. Through it all, cooperative extension is the premier resource for farmers to find existing information and undertake that new research when additional information is needed. Extension staff offer business management assistance, crop-specific training, and skill development, and even help develop new products or identify new markets for Maine products. They are one of our hidden gems that don't get half of the recognition they deserve for all that they do for Maine farmers and beyond. The onset of COVID-19 created not only a worldwide health crisis, but the strategies necessary to contain the spread of the disease resulted in catastrophic shifts in the marketplace for food and food products. Those impacts were felt at the global, national, state, right down to the local levels, and many were beyond the control of Maine farmers. But cooperative extension stepped in early in the pandemic to provide a clearinghouse for up-to-date information, provide resources to create a safe environment for farm families and their employees, and assistance to help farmers identify and adapt to new market opportunities, doing what Maine people do best, help each other. Here's a look at just one example of how cooperative extension has served as a connecting network to support all types of Maine farms during these uncertain times.
I'm trying to think of the timelines because everything's been such a blur, but it's a lot of work for farmers in the farm community to keep their businesses viable. There's a cheesemaker, Allison Lakin.
I love making cheese. I wear fabulous Hawaiian shirts.
Lakin from Lakin's Gorgeous Cheese, and so today it gets salted.
My business I structured so that 85% is wholesale direct restaurants. 85% of my income went away. I am trying very hard to not think about all of the things that I'm terrified by.
With restaurants closing, I had to make a very quick pivot.
Yeah, we've had to kind of redesign a whole new marketing model in a very short period of time.
But we all still have to work really hard to get our products sold.
I sat down and thought, all right, what can I do? How do I make everybody know that I have my cheese available? I started the Google Doc and sent it around to people that I knew who were making things and who weren't now able to sell things.
I asked my support staff to take that information and to start putting it onto our website. Overnight, we went from 7 responses to 60, and then the next day we were up to like over 100 entries. Yesterday it was like 305 farms and seafood operations and cheesemakers and fiber artists. People are using a resource like this to connect with their local farms.
It's like all of a sudden we became visible to a lot more people.
Yeah, like they're coming to the farm. I love that.
It feels really different to be at a farm than be in a line under bright fluorescent lights 6 feet apart.
We can provide essentially all of our food needs right here in Maine.
The more people that shift in this direction, the more affordable it's going to get, the more available it's going to get.
That map really is the work of so many organizations in Maine. I've seen like a visual of it and all of the bubbles for where the farms are, and it's so beautiful.
By buying locally, you are helping us be here for when we're on the other side of this. Yeah, because we'll have something on the other side. Let's work at making sure that things stay in place so that it will be the best that it can be on the other side.
While we are not completely on the other side of this pandemic event, there is great optimism for a return to stabilized markets in 2021. But with the help of entities like University of Maine Cooperative Extension and many others we didn't have a chance to visit today, Maine agriculture will not only survive, but we are poised to flourish. I have the utmost respect for those who commit themselves to making sure that there is food on all our tables. The farm families and their employees who are up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning to milk the cows so my daughter can have her bowl of cereal in the morning are greatly appreciated. The people who work 20-hour days in the summer to nurture and then harvest crops during a limited growing season are engaged in a most honorable profession. And I have yet to meet a farmer who will say that they do this kind of work for the money. The work is physically and mentally demanding, and even though our modern technological advancements are helping us work smarter, not harder, than those farmers of the last century, the commitment shown by today's farming men and women is no less commendable. Every time you sit down to a meal, or receive a bouquet of flowers, or decorate your Christmas tree, be sure to take a minute to acknowledge and thank the farm team that made it possible. AgCom is a resource for farmers, but we are also a key resource for policymakers. We don't always take a position on every single issue, but when we do take a stand, you can be confident that it is because the potential impact on agriculture is of great significance. And we ask you to include our perspective in your deliberations. AgCom can also serve as a conduit to our member organizations, some of whom may have a greater stake in some legislative discussions than others. The members of AgCom, on behalf of all of Maine agriculture, look forward to addressing your questions, providing useful information, and serving as a resource for you as you tackle the many complex issues facing our state.
I certainly want to thank Julie Marie Bickford and, of course, the whole AgCom group that worked hard to put this together, and it was not an easy task. As pointed out, this is normally an actual tour that legislators have gone on, and we have now done it, I don't know, this is maybe 8 or 9 years, every other year that we've done it. And of course, this year, because of COVID, it was a virtual tour, but I think it serves a very interesting purpose, and probably a different purpose than maybe what we would have seen if it was an agricultural tour, because we'd been in a small locality. With that, I would ask if anybody has any questions of any of the folks. We've got Julianne Smith from Farm Bureau, Eric Venturini from Wild Blueberry, Ryan Liberty from Christmas Tree Growers, Ellen Griswold, Maine Farmland Trust, and Don Flannery from the Maine Potato Board on here with us. So if anybody has any questions that they want to ask in general or directed towards any of those, now is your time. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think of all these farmlands, and I'm so pleased to note that so many of our young folks in the state are taking up farming again, or reestablishing farms. And one of the concerns I have, and maybe it's unfounded, and I just wanted anybody out there could answer this who maybe could respond, is the solar farms that I'm beginning to see that are picking up in the district I represent and elsewhere around the state. How much of an impact do those have on our open lands and our farmlands? Or is there any concern about these large solar arrays depleting some of the farmlands that we have in Maine? Anybody who out there could answer that, I'd appreciate. I'm just thinking that might be a concern going forward if we don't regulate it, or at least we don't think about it. Thank you.
Yep, Julianne.
That is a great question, Representative Schofield. And I am Julianne Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association. I'm also the Vice President of AgCom, and Julie Marie sends her apologies as she is testifying in another committee. So I am doing her duties at the moment. I would say that, solar is kind of a two-edged sword. For several farms, it's a great opportunity for income from a fallow field, from an area of land that might not otherwise be used. There are certainly concerns about farmers who are renting land from other property owners. And those property owners look at that income opportunity and say, well, the farmer is giving me enough to pay my taxes and that's it. The solar farm is able to produce significant income. So I would say there's also a limit to the number of solar arrays that can be created in Maine. We don't have endless opportunities for those. They have to be within a certain amount, a certain area to be able to connect to the grid, and some other technical issues that other people might be able to speak to more clearly. But I don't think there's a clear yes or no answer to your question. I think there are opportunities and there are concerns. And the great thing is that Maine has a lot of land. So we are not at the point yet where we are concerned about the use of solar outnumbering the amount of land that we need for farm production. And especially where we're finding that some crops like tomatoes actually grow better under the solar arrays than they do just in an open field. So there's lots of opportunities that are still being explored. There is not a clear path forward though.
Thank you. Alan, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Ellen Griswold. I'm the Policy and Research Director at Maine Farmland Trust. And I really appreciate your question. We sort of share some of those concerns and also think that there's absolutely a path forward to ensure that we have sort of more solar development within the state, while also making sure that we're not sort of replacing farms with solar farms or inhibiting the ability of farmers to access the land that they need for their operations. We totally agree with what Julianne was saying, that, solar farms can be a great source of economic support for farms, but we just have to make sure that we're siting them correctly, or at least in a way that we're sort of minimizing impacts. And there's absolutely ways to do that. There is going to be, the administration is going to be conducting a solar siting working group to try and bring together folks from the agriculture sector and natural resources sectors, along with developers and municipal representatives, to really try and think through what are the best recommendations for creating that balance that we want to achieve. And then there will also be opportunities, I think, with some of the energy procurement bills that may be entered this session to include sort of solar siting considerations when we're evaluating projects, so that we're sort of, making sure that we're providing the right incentives. Because as Julianne was saying, there's a lot of really exciting opportunities around dual use projects, but those where you have agriculture and solar generation happening at the same time on the same piece of land, but those projects tend to be more expensive. So you have to sort of incentivize them in some type of way. So I think there will be opportunities though this session and even next legislative session to really move forward with some options for creating that balance.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions anyone has? Any final comments from anyone? Seeing none, again, I want to thank the ACOM group for putting this virtual tour together for us. I thought it was excellent. So with that, we are starting up again at 1. Karen or Cheryl, is there anything you want to add before we break for the next 40 minutes for lunch? We'll be back for public hearing at 1 o'clock. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You know, Representative Senator Stewart asked me if what time is the next meeting going to start, and I told him 1 o'clock.
Yep, you got that right.
And is LD 204 the first item on the agenda, or do you know?
Yes, it's the one and only item on the agenda. And just keep in mind, we are broadcasting on YouTube right now.
Okay, then. Thank you.
You all set? Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello, Representative Underwood.
Good afternoon. Hi, Karen. Could you tell me where would I find the YouTube channel for this?
Is this you, Representative Underwood?
Yes, it is Representative Underwood. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I can send it to you in a chat if you want me to.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Sure. Here it comes. There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Just remember, Representative Underwood, that you're going to get feedback if you have that on as well as us on. If you have your YouTube on, you're going to get feedback.
Okay, then. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can turn your volume off on the YouTube and you'll be fine.
Thank you. There we go.
Yep. Did you like my little be back soon sign, Senator Dill?
I didn't even see it. Because when I got back, you were already here.
It said ACF committee gone to lunch.
Oh.
Be back soon.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty good. I mean, it was a good idea, so people would know.
That's right. While we're waiting, I'll show it to you.
Very nice.
Nice, yeah.
Clever.
Now I gotta figure out how to put it up without me seeing me.
You just have to go to lunch. That's all.
Hello, I'm already out to lunch, so that's not an issue.
Cheryl, I'm looking for the spreadsheet for the bill this afternoon. Is that in our inbox?
Yes, it's not actually, I didn't do it as a spreadsheet. I just sent it as a Word document.
Okay.
Do you want me to resend it?
I see confirmation testimony. No. Yes, please. Would you send it again?
I will. Yep. Maybe. And
Am I in?
This will be in Excel.
Okay.
Cheryl?
Yes.
I have a question. I just tried to send a direct message to Senator Dill.
Yeah.
And it said he's not in this meeting, but I'm looking at him on Zoom right now.
Not me.
I just wanted to remind everyone you are being broadcast on YouTube right now. And I don't understand why it says he's not in the meeting.
I
in the
don't
chat.
Because he's not a host. Maybe he's a host.
I am leaving as soon as we have a quorum, though, and we can get started.
Well, maybe Zoom already knows that, so maybe you off automatically.
Maybe they remembered it from this morning.
Maybe.
Am I in the meeting?
Who's in
we hear you, but we don't see you. Is that Scott?
Yeah, I'm in my truck on my way to Newport. Let's see.
Here we go.
Hey, there he is.
Okay, heading down the highway.
We won't pay attention that you're driving and doing a Zoom. So.
And
Well,
we
it's up on my
are
dashboard.
currently on YouTube, just FYI.
Yep.
That's a good insurance salesman right there.
You're darn right. Taking all the safety precautions.
Jim, are those koi behind you in that picture?
No, actually, that's my trout pond out back. I sent away for rainbow trout, and that's what they sent me.
That's some rainbow.
Yeah, those are koi. That's what I try to explain to the warden, that those are rainbow trout, but for some reason they don't seem to believe me.
Up this way over the weekend, there was a Terrio kid, 19 years old, on the Upper St. John, and he caught a muskie that their scale went 30 pounds and it wouldn't weigh it because it was too big. And the state record is 33. So he should have had a bigger scale.
Yeah. Or I went and got it weighed someplace else, I guess. So.
Well, he, generally speaking, especially those big ones, they just put them back in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Unless it's a contest.
Yeah.
They're like a derby.
Senator Dale, did
Great,
you
everybody. Looks like we have enough people, right?
See, 1, 2. If I leave, let's see. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, and you have a senator, so I will leave.
All right. Thank you, Senator Dell.
Thank you. See, I am not here, Karen, just as you said.
Oh, I just sent you a chat and you didn't answer that. So my guess is, I don't know why you're not getting it.
Yeah, I did get your chat though, Cheryl.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
But you just didn't get Karen's?
I didn't get Karen's though. All right, I'm gone.
Adios.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. I see Senator Stewart here, so I'm going to kick things off. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on ACF. So we are here this afternoon to conduct public comment on legislation. Just a reminder, I know we've already been underway today, but this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. So we ask that you remember to put your proper identifier with your name, whether that's your title, such as Rep or Senator, or the name with which you signed up to testify. And to try to remember to stay muted. So with that, we have a quorum and have introduced ourselves already. So I will open the hearing on LD number 204, presented by Senator Stewart of Aroostook County.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I see Senator Dill isn't here, but Representative O'Neill, it's good to see you, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am State Senator Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 towns in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I'm here before you today to present LD 204, an act to amend the law regarding the interest rates for state loans under the Potato Marketing Improvement Fund. Shortly after the election, I reached out to the Maine Potato Board, which has offices in Presque Isle, to get a sense of their goals for the upcoming session to see if there were any issues they could use my help with. And they reached out about the need to have our statutes reflect the current financial situation of our time, as it is hindering one of the most popular programs in the industry, the Maine Potato Marketing Improvement Fund. As you know, this fund provides financing to potato growers and pickers to construct modern storages, modernize existing storages, and purchase packing lines as a part of the industry's plan to improve the quality of marketing of Maine potatoes. The fund provides long-term fixed rate loans at low interest rates for the construction of improvements to storage and packing facilities. Presently, funds cannot be used for working capital, refinancing, or non-project related equipment, and funds may only be used for permanent financing after a project has been completed. The Finance Authority of Maine, FAME, is the administrator of these funds, and one of their representatives has provided some more context about these funds in written form. And I don't see Bill Norbert here, so I suspect he's unable to join us, which he did indicate was going to be the case. But he has provided some testimony on this, and I directed the committee's attention to that after our remarks are done here. This bill changes the interest rate on loans made through the fund from a fixed rate of 5% to the federal prime rate on the date of closing up to a maximum of 5%, and allows existing loans of good standing to be refinanced at the same rate. We have received feedback from FAME, who again you'll hear from shortly, that they would rather the language of the bill reflect that interest rates can change between the committal of the loan and the closing date, which can be problematic. And as such, we invite a friendly amendment to this bill that reflects the need to lock in the rate at the committal in order to ensure the smoother closing process. There's also a recommendation to change the language of the referencing to the federal prime rate to ensure that the correct rate is considered, which we would also welcome as a change. And again, FAME has provided testimony to that effect. Given the current state of the U.S. economy, even as we recover from the COVID pandemic, loans with lower rates are available on the open market, which essentially hamstrings this fund from being able to reach the maximum amount of farmers possible, as was a goal of the program. While 5% interest seemed like an incredibly low rate at the time such program was passed, as we have all seen, this rate is now no longer competitive. As such, this change would have a positive impact on the viability of this program to farmers in Maine, keep more money in their pockets, and ensure that the potato industry remains strong. Thank you to the Potato Board for allowing me to present this bill on behalf of the farmers in my district, which I speculate has more potato acreage in it than any other in the state. And thank you to the committee for your support of the industry, and I hope this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Stewart, for your testimony. And you said with the amendment being offered that someone will speak to that and bring documentation of it.
You should have written testimony in the documents that are provided beforehand. The problem is that Bill Norbert, and I don't know if anybody else from FAME, maybe if they are, could give a little wave in their Zoom box. I don't see anybody. So I don't suspect there's anybody here on FAME's behalf, but they do have written testimony that was provided. And Mr. Norbert did say he would be available for a work session as well.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Senator Stewart. All right. And I see Ms. McBrady from the department.
Good afternoon, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here today speaking in support of LD 204. You do have my written testimony, which I will briefly go through very quickly. My name is Nancy McBrady. I'm the director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources, and the department is in support of LD 204. The Potato Marketing Fund, which we refer to as the PMF, was created by the legislature to help support the modernization, construction, and operation of storage and central packing facilities, and to encourage investment in potato industry infrastructure. As you all know and are very familiar with, potatoes play a central role in Maine's agricultural economy, and the industry was severely impacted in 2020, both by COVID-19 market disruptions and by a crippling drought. The ability of these producers to have access to capital to make on-farm and processing investments is critical. Although PMF is well funded, the current interest rate makes it unattractive for borrowers who want to avoid interest payments that do not reflect current market conditions. The department readily supports LD 204, which will make the interest rate far more competitive, and we will look forward to coordinating with the Maine Potato Board and the Finance Authority of Maine who reviews and underwrites the loans to ensure processes are in place for rapid loan application review and servicing. We are hopeful that this bill will result in impactful and substantial investment in this important agricultural sector. And having discussed the amendment with the Maine Potato Board, we also are in favor of that adjustment to the underlying bill. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Director McBrady, for your testimony. And I see Rep. McCray has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. McBrady. I think probably there are a couple of people still on. Oh, there's Senator Stewart also. So somebody can take a stab at this. I think I sponsored this, basically the same bill, either 2 or 4 years ago. But anyway, what's the advantage of going with the PMF as opposed to going out into the commercial market for a loan? You know, I guess farmers can go where they want, but I'm just curious. There must be an advantage to the PMF loan.
Well, that's a really great question. And I think that what's interesting about the PMF organization and design is that it was written with potato and the potato industry directly in mind. So there is a lot of institutional and infrastructure related programmatics that can be achieved through this. At the end of the day, however, Representative McCray, you are correct. Whatever is the most affordable and the least expensive is likely going to be more attractive to the borrower. So I don't think that there is any harm in the reduction of this interest rate, because it's just another option that's out there. Not every lender is going to be able to secure financing from other sources. So PMF is a very good backstop. It's very healthy. And again, it was designed with them in mind. And I'm sure that Maine Potato Board Executive Director Don Flannery can probably add to those comments as well. But those are the things that come to my mind.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Don can.
All right. Do I see any other questions for committee members? All right. Seeing none, I just want to say that I appreciate your office art, Director McBrady. It's nice.
Thank you. It's not mine. not my doodles, but thank you.
All right. Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Flannery.
Good afternoon, Representative O'Neill and other members of the committee. Thank you for entertaining this bill today, and remind me before I'm done to answer Representative McCray's question a little bit more. You have my testimony and I won't read through it. Basically, this is a program that was established in 1981, went into effect in 1983, to help potato growers establish and build and improve warehousing. And I would say that this one program alone is probably the reason that our industry is where we are today. If it hadn't been for this program, I think that the processing sectors of our industry would be somewhere else. They wouldn't be here in Maine. So it's been a very successful program. It's been one that growers have used up until recently when there was ways to find more affordable financing. And this is an effort to, again, put that this program back where it should be. When it was started in 1983, some of us will remember, and I was farming at the time, so it was very painful to me. The average interest rate in 1983 was 16%, and it was very painful. So when this program came out and took that interest rate to 5% at a fixed rate for a term, it was a godsend to our industry as it related to being able to improve infrastructure. The program's set up so it's kind of a three-legged stool process. There's a primary lender involved, usually a farm credit, a key bank, whoever it may be, PMIF, and then equity from the grower. And the reason that the PMIF was so key in enabling this program to get up and running and to do this investment was they take a subordinate position to the primary lender. So that gives that primary lender a more security in making the loan because PMIF is in there with a second position. So that was, the main purpose of this was to be able to get that commercial money out there, and then the growers put the equity in. The PMIF program itself has put, I think it's like $28 million into projects, another $23 million from banks, and $13 million in equity from growers. So around $64 million since it was started. And, if you look at the amount of storage that's been created with it, it's created about 13 million hundredweight of storage. And if you do the math, that equates to almost 43,000 acres of potatoes. So you can see it's a key part of our industry. This is a program, or this is a change to this program that we've been looking to put in place for a number of years. It's been well vetted through the industry and well supported within our industry. It allows that grower to have the benefit of a lower rate when the federal prime is what it is today. I think it's 3.25, but it also protects the grower on the upside that the cap is 5%. So there's no loose position to this as it relates to a grower. Any existing loans in good standing can be refinanced. Any new loans would be at the lower interest rate with a cap of the 5%. Senator Stewart mentioned the testimony from FAME, which you do have, and I've got a copy here, and we've talked with FAME. They're offering a friendly amendment that would make two changes. It better defines prime rate as the federal prime rate, and it changes the date of commitment, or the date of the interest rate rather than the time of closing, it's the time of commitment, which makes sense because then it gives you that opportunity to prepare all the documents and have everything in place for the closing. So we would like to thank everyone that has supported this, Senator Stewart and the other co-sponsors. We think it makes sense. I lived through those early times when interest rates were high, and it was painful and it was hard to get projects funded. And I don't know how many times in my life I've refinanced my home to get a lower interest rate. So, it just makes sense to do it, and for the benefit of our industry, and to allow to have continued increase in investment in our industry. So with that, I would gladly take any questions, and I will be available for the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery, for your testimony. Representative McCray, did you feel like you got your question answered?
Yeah, I think so. Just I don't know that it. I guess my question was: is this more attractive than going commercial loans, Don?
It depends on what your credit, where you are in your life as it relates to your credit rating. But probably this project is not going to fund 100% of any project. The rules will not allow it. The most it's going to fund is 45%. So you're still, if you were going to go build a warehouse that was going to cost you $300,000, you're still got to have a primary lender there. So you're going to have a primary lender no matter who it is. This allows that primary lender to have more security, with the PMIF portion taking a second position.
Thank you.
All right. Do I see any other questions from committee members? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Flannery.
Thank you.
I'm looking to see whether we have anyone else who'd like to speak. I don't see any others on the call. All right, so having received the testimony of those present today, I will now close the hearing on LD 204. And Karen?
Hi, Representative O'Neill. I just also wanted to let you know that you did receive written testimony from the Maine Farm Bureau Association, MOFGA, as well as from FAME, with the Representative Stewart alluded to the suggested amendment. So those were all submitted online. So those will appear on the committee webpage under the LD number in a day, about 24 hours. So you should be able to find all of that on the committee webpage by the end of this week. Sooner, actually, probably by Thursday.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen, for the reminder. So anybody listening, that means on the legislature's website, and then you go to the ACF committee page and you'll be able to pull up that testimony if you'd like to view it. All right, so it looks like our business is finished for the day. We're going to get back together on Thursday for our next meeting. Anything anybody wants to raise before concluding?
Are we going to do the rules, committee rules today?
We had talked about Senator Dill and Representative Pluker both serve on a board and had to attend that meeting. So I think we were talking about taking it up Thursday.
Gotcha.
While we're all together, yeah. Appreciate the reminder. All right. Any other anything else to bring up? Can I get a motion to adjourn? All right, Representative Schofield moves to adjourn and Rep. Landry supports that motion. All right, all in favor? All right, thanks. Take care.
Bye.
Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon.